Just firing things up. We'll be ready in a couple minutes. Okay. Got all 5 simultaneous streams running. Takes a while to get them all up. Especially since 2 of them require you to first create the actual stream first and type it out, and then go live on it. It's mostly streamlined with OBS, but the problem with X, like X specifically, you just hit go live without actually typing it in first. It won't set a category or like the stream title at all. It'll just go live with a blank tweet. So I always do the X dashboard to type it all in. And same with YouTube. You can go live immediately, but it'll just create like a blank, untitled, no game stream. But if you create it first, you can set the game, you can set the title, you can set the keywords, etc. So the stream will be picked up by more algorithms and be categorized correctly. So YouTube and X are the reason why I have to do that. But yeah, I could technically just hit start all, and all 5 will be live simultaneously. But YouTube and X won't set the game category. I used to use a site called Restream.io to multi-stream, but they had the same problem. They wouldn't set the X or YouTube categories either. I wish I could go live on TikTok, but I only have 1,000 followers. That restriction is so stupid. Like, it's hard to build a following if you can't use the platform until you build a following. I mean, technically, I could upload shorts there, but like, my content's not really short friendly. Last time I checked, I still couldn't. I tried to apply, they're like denied. They're like, nope, get more followers. Their software doesn't allow me to do anything. Like, I can't even go live using their own app. It's just like, nope, you only got like 50 followers. Maybe they lowered the requirement from 1,000 to something else, but it's definitely higher than 50. And I got my vertical set up too. My OBS is fancy setup. All my scenes have vertical versions that look fantastic. I mean, got my regular on the left, my vertical on the right, my multi-stream set up. My scenes automatically change. They're all linked. I'm still waiting to hear back. Twitch hasn't authorized me for the vertical stream beta yet. I'm in a 2K beta, as you can see. So I got the high quality horizontal stream, but I don't have the vertical stream enabled yet. But it's nice having a 2K stream at least, because it helps with games like WoW, where you get into a grassy area and starts looking like a Nintendo 64 game. If you don't have high quality. Okay. Okay. I do love how YouTube emails me when I go live. Like, thanks for notifying me I turned my own stream on.
Fatality!
Nani?
Fatality!
Nani?
Fatality!
What's breaking?
Fatality! Fatality!
Got it.
Fatality! Fatality!
Ah, no.
Fatality!
Hang on.
Fatality!
Yeah, I'm well aware of that. That's not even my add-on. That's this unofficial patched version of Shadow Unit Frames. Oh, it's the new AFK and D&D restrictions. Yeah, that's true. Because I thought this add-on was mostly patched. At least it's working with 12.0, but 12.01 doesn't allow add-ons to set AFK or D&D anymore. And I guess Shadow Unit Frames is trying to check them? It's not necessarily trying to change them, it's trying to check if they're set at all. Unit is D&D. I'll fix that real quick. Not logs. Interface, add-ons. Because I like Shadow Unit Frames. Unit is D&D. Tags. Yeah, this is the file it was airing. Unit is D&D. Is D&D. No. These are not allowed anymore. Unit is PvP. Probably all. I would guess this is probably also not allowed. Why is it not syntax code? I get confused. Oh, weird. Well, there's AFK as well. Goodbye. Not allowed. And that's just a tip of the iceberg for the restrictions coming in 12.01. To try to break add-on communication. Okay. Oh. Let's see. Player name got broken by me doing that. Come on. Did I comment out too much? This is going to be more complicated to fix than I want to deal with right now, so I'll just disable Shadow Unit Frames again. Pain in the ass. Every time I get that unit frame on working, I gotta disable it again because Blizzard breaks even more. I hate stock unit frames with a passion. They're so garbage. But I'm here to fix DBM, not Shadow Unit Frames. They didn't add my request yet, though. It looks like they haven't fixed this boss to add more APIs yet. They still didn't add a medium warning. They still didn't add any private auras.
Don't die.
So I can't really use this to test any of the new features I'm working on today. I'll be able to test it a little bit, maybe. Let's see. The names of those spells, Static Jolt. Okay. Fuego tools. It does need private auras. It would certainly help with development. I requested it, like Friday, I think. But it looks like they're just trying to get 12.01 out the door. I'm not too worried about like beta right now. Arakara is good for that too. Apparently the spider eggs, when you break them and stand on the poop on the ground, that's a private aura. But I haven't actually, like, that's what I was told. I was told, go to Arakara and stand in shit. But I haven't actually gotten that far yet to actually test it there. I might do that later. Right now I need to see if I could customize it. I'm gonna do a real quick test here. Let's see. Encounter event. Okay, first I gotta get the spell ID I'm actually looking for. Wowhead. Let's look up any of these spells. Pathetic Jolt might be two of... The big one. That'll be the easiest one to find. That should be fairly unique in the spell name. Beta. The big one. I'll have to scope that a little bit. Apparently Blizzard likes to, that spell name. Filter these results. Additional added. An expansion midnight. Let's at least do that. Okay, it's one of these two. Probably this one. Okay, now let's find the event ID for it. Event ID 421. Okay. You're supposed to be around here. There we go. Counter event ID. Let's go down here. Play event sound. Doesn't support custom media yet though. I want to try event color first. Set event color with event ID and the color type RGB mix in. Okay. So let's kind of set this up now. Oh, there's some errors earlier. There's a bonus backdrop. I did a Discord quest twice. If you need a backdrop, go ahead and steal that code. I'm not worried about it. I gotta fix this little error later too. Okay. Run. See encounter. Set event color. That event ID. Some color. Now I gotta actually get the... Let's see here. Color mix-in. Oh, I think I'm using the wrong C space. That's right. It's actually C encounter events. That's Missy on the bed, yes. I didn't even realize she was there. not exactly sure what color format it's expecting it to be in. Just like, is it expecting just a standard hex code, 6 digits? Maybe. Let's just pick a random color. I just don't know if it's expecting it like this, like in a table format. I could try this first. Let's try to make the timer turquoise. Why not? That throws an error, then that's not right. I do, War Pride. Let's see if this throws an error. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, are you going to be a different color now? Well, it doesn't help because I'm not using the... I wasn't thinking. Obviously, DBM doesn't support the API yet, and the timeline doesn't have colors on it. I gotta first... For the time being, I'll switch theirs to bars. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Bars. Let's just put it like... Sure, whatever. It's blue. Look, I changed the color of big one to blue. Okay. So it does expect the table. Now that I know the format, I can work on coding it into DBM. You know, first step, understanding how the API works.
Don't die.
Why my key binding's all wrong? My auto run key or keybind is not working. Okay, so this is the format right here. RGB table expected. Now, how about set event sound? Let's try to figure that out now. Set event sound. The trigger, I think, is a enumeration 0 through 2. I think 0 being on morning, 1 being on timer completion, 2 being 5 seconds before timer completion, and the sound path, which I think only accepts file data ID. So let's like experiment with the API a little bit. Run, see, encounter events 421. We're just gonna set it to 0 for that. And the actual sound, let's just pick a random sound from DBM real quick. Just want to see if it works. Sound. PvP flag take. And how about this one?
Fatality!
Oop, what did I do wrong? What's not formatted correctly? Number value, chat frame. That's not even useful. Oh. Well, hang on a second. This will be easier to read. Like this. Thank you very much. I can make it rich text again, but I just needed to nuke the color codes. Enumeration might not be a number. Let's actually look at the API. It's expecting this. So where's the table that defines it? Okay. I was right. 0, 1, and 2, so that's not wrong. Okay. Set event sound. Encounter event sound info. I think this actually expects a table. Yeah, it expects a table. File, channel, volume. Yep, that's my bad. My bad. File equals that. Channel equals master. Nillable false. Default 1. Okay. Volume equals 1. Let's try that format. No error. Okay. Good sign. Good sign. It didn't play the sound file. That might be something I have to do manually, though. But I did see an API in there that said play sound file. Ah, crap. That's annoying. I have to do it manually. That requires 2 additional calls on every timer event. Get event sound. To set event sound. Play event sound. I thought Blizzard would do this ourselves. Or did they do this themselves? Trigger. I don't think it's secret. Let's just do this real quick. Play event sound 421 0. That should be it.
I see you.
Okay, it works, which means the sound I registered previously is functional. Problem is, the mod has to handle when the sound is played on its own. Which is annoying because that makes it very difficult to call it at the right time. Because this sound is supposed to play on bar expiring. I feel like not much thought was put into this API. So basically, I have to put it... No, see, it's not even possible to implement this. Like, it actually isn't possible with the secret API. If they don't play the sound for us, we have no way of knowing when to play the sound file. Because the encounter event ID is not public. When we start or end a timer, we don't know what ability it is. So we don't know when to call this event ID. It looks like we can set bar colors, but the sound API is poorly thought out. I don't see any way to implement it the way it is now. The idea was they were supposed to play the sound for us. Well, I can work on bar colors at least, but it doesn't look like the sound API is going to be done for patch next week. We need to completely reimagine it, because the way it works now is they're assuming we have access to information we don't. Because they need to call play sound event. The event ID is secret on all the timers, so we can't specifically say if event ID equals 421, play sound file. Unless, hang on a second. Does this API accept secrets? If we could just pass a secret onto it, it might work. Hold on a second. About get event sound. Get event sound. This still requires knowing the event ID. So this isn't practical either. Well, hang on a second. Let's go back to get event info. Encounter event info. Hang on a second. This returns color. It does not return sound. Okay, here we go. Well, that's just a table for the other API. I see no path to getting the sound file so we can play it. But I do see we can get the color from event info. Like I can have the color added in like 5 seconds. Let's see, let me modify that Lua. First, let me open the timer file here too. Modules, objects, timer. Is it a secret? I think it's a secret. The exact name of the thing is color. So local color equals color table. Yeah, that it does return a color table. I assume it returns a color table, so I think it would be like this. Okay, let's get the color of args in the here. Color. Where is it used at? Color type. I'm not sure it stores a table here. It expects a converted value. But if it's secret, I can't convert the value. I might have to like literally rewrite how colors are handled in bars just to support it, because I know the color is a secret. It's a secret table, so I can't reformat it into a hex code. I have to make the mod accept the table. And worse, I can't type check it either. So I have to make all mods use tables from now on. Let's see here. Set color. Ah, it might actually be a table. Actually, looking at this. Let me just see what happens if I just pass color directly through. Let's see here. Color goes, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Color. Okay, but now I need to modify the Lua that I'm actually running here. Move you to the end. I want you over there. What even is this? Oh. Okay, let's just see what happens when I do this. Oh, but I gotta open the timer Lua too. DBM core. Modules. Objects. Timer. Open it there. I want them. I don't know if reloading UI is going to unregister the color ID though. Let me see if the color is still blue on the Blizzard timer. Nothing to attack.
Fatality.
Oh, the timer was cleared. And DBM core broke anyway.
Fatality.
So the timer formats, the color format does not match what's expected. Oh, secret values are only allowed during untainted execution, so... Okay, what a pain in the fucking ass. I don't know why Blizzard's wasting their time with all this secret nonsense. Because there are workarounds for it. But they are tedious workarounds. So 1318 couldn't apply color because it was secret. $13.18. Wait, I got the line number totally wrong, didn't I? No, 1318 is the wrong file. No, 1318. Tried to upvalue it. That's what the problem is. It might work if I just call it directly. But this might also be illegal. I don't even think you can nil check. I think this is illegal, and this is illegal. I have to remove the nil check, and I have to remove the up values, and just assume the color exists. I'm gonna leave the nil check. Let's remove this. But I don't think nil checks are allowed either.
Fatality.
No, they're not. It's already tainted.
Fatality.
Let's see how set vertex color works.
Fatality.
How am I still getting fatalities? Oh, respawn timer. Just say I'm not even in combat with anything. Yeah, this should be fine. Set status bar color should work, right? Or no? I gotta figure out where the secret's being tainted, though. Color. Maybe because it's still a stored value. It's being cached in the object. Like, I think this might be the problem, because it's not actually directly applying the color versus storing it in the timer meta table. This is probably not allowed either. I probably have to set color immediately. And then after I set the color, maybe I could get the color and then store it in the meta table. I hate the secret API, and there's no reason for the timeline to be secret. I'm still trying to get that third meeting with Ian to just tell him, like, it being secret is pointless because literally, we're just gonna ignore it at midnight anyways. Let's see, where is it? Retail, core, no, raids. Oh, I already had it open. This is what boss mods are really gonna look like. Our own timer table. Our own scheduling of timers and ignoring the timeline. Phase change? Oh, just watch for Blizzard erasing timers. We got a phase change. Start our own bars again, ignore the timeline. Stage 3, ignore the timer feature again, start our own. I'm gonna finish this mod tomorrow, by the way. And this will be the first example mod of ignoring secrets. Because I want to show Blizzard what midnight mods are actually going to look like. We are going to completely ignore the timeline and hard code the timers just so we could have less trouble. And be able to add our own timers again, like the flight timer that they didn't put on Dimensius. This mod should be ready after raid tomorrow. And it will completely restore all DBM style warnings and sounds, all DBM style timers, including renaming timers. This will be an affront to Blizzard and probably piss him off, but it needs to be done to prove a point. That this is stupid. But yeah, I'll dump the color and see what it says. Well, the problem with legacy content is you wouldn't be able to detect phase changes without the timeline existing. We're still exploiting the timeline to detect phase changes. Because what we do is we watch for Blizzard starting or stopping their own timers. And we'll know, oh, it's a phase change. We won't be able to read phase changes in legacy content. And adding random events to bosses will work for early bosses. It won't work for end bosses like Dimensius or Farak. Could you imagine a 400 pull boss becoming an 800 pull boss because half your pulls are wasted because you got the bad RNG and timers? That will not go over with the player base. It might work for heroic or normal, where Blizzard can randomize the timers without the detriment to the encounter. But for like a mythic fight that's tuned that tight, they can't really, you know, randomize the timers on top of mechanics that one-shot you if one person out of 20 messes up. It's exactly what we're gonna do. That's what my Dementius mod's gonna do that I'm reworking. I don't pull it again until tomorrow, so that's why the mod's not done yet. I have to actually do pulls on the boss to test the hard-coded timeline, but bosses that have predictable timers are gonna hard-code the timers and ignore this API because of how much of a pain in the ass it is. If Blizzard wants us to use this API, they need to make it less of a pain in the ass. That's what it comes down to. And in reality, there's no real point in making it secret anyway, because the timers aren't secret. We know every timer for every boss. And if the timers aren't secret, then they don't need to be secret in the API. So anyways, let's see here. New bar. Let's just try to set the color right freaking here. We'll set, I forgot the name of the API already. Hang on a second. Set status bar color, okay. Bar prototype, set color. Create bar. Color red. This probably won't work because that's not the same bar object, is it? No, it won't work. I don't actually know I'll be able to get color working either without rewriting the timer object. Because the way it is now, it relies on a heavy amount of caching and metatables, and you can't do that with secrets. So the way bars work has to be completely reimagined from scratch. And again, that kind of rewrite is not worth the effort when you could just hard code the timer and ignore the secret entirely. Anyway, I'd hope these APIs would actually be usable. Disappointed they're not. Unless any of you coders out there got any ideas, I don't know how to de-secret the color. Because the way DBM's coded, the color can't be a secret. But if I do find a way to de-secret the timer, Blizzard's just going to patch the loophole anyway. We don't know it out of combat. We only get the color on event. When the timer is created, we get the color. And that's basically all the mod's trying to do, but it won't let me because I can't do it. I can't set the color here. The bar doesn't exist here. When create bar fires, it sets metatables and then calls functions that actually create the bar. These create the bar. But the problem is that's passing the secret onto a different function, which taints the secret. I'd have to set the color here. I can't set the color here, where it's actually being set. That's the best dilemma I'm dealing with. I'm setting the color here, but it's already tainted when I get this far in the code. I'm trying to find a solution to this problem. Blizzard would just let us store secrets. We're not modifying the secret. I don't know why we can't store secrets. That's what annoys me. That's something Funky has complained about too. We can't store secrets. And we should be able to, because it's not like we can break them that way. This is the error I'm getting. Secrets are only allowed during untainted execution. I don't think setting an alpha makes a difference. Why do I have 3 emails? Oh, junk mail. Where's Artemis when you need her? She's good at breaking the secret API. Let me print here. You're allowed to print secrets because print is allowed to. Oh, I probably didn't modify the right file. I didn't. Let me modify that one and reload.
Fatality!
Yeah, printed them just fine. Yep, all the bar colors printed in my chat. I just can't set them.
Fatality!
How can I call this earlier? How can I make Blizzard's shitty code happy? Since apparently you can't put secrets in meta tables. Because the frame doesn't exist yet in this function. Apply style. Let's ask in the UI Discord. Ask the UI Discord. Maybe someone more brainy like Mio has an answer. But I get the feeling the answer I'm going to get is just don't code your bars that way. Okay. Well, this is the only part of the code that's actually functional. We get the color, we pass the color on. We just can't actually use the color. This is another function we can call first to, like, decode it in some usable form. Maybe I can create, like, a dummy frame here. There's, like, a hidden text value. Set the color of that text using the color. And then get the color of that text after we set the color. Like, basically just a dummy frame right here. That's literally our only purpose is to decode the color. That could work, but it's very degenerate and inefficient. Yeah, I think the right in the UI Discord is that the color table is not secret. The RGB value is, which is why the nil check on color is still working. I can check if the table exists. That's not where my code's erring. It's erring the second I try to use the RGB in any way. Hi, Plus Mouse. So here's the problem. We get a timeline event. The color is a secret color table. I pass that to my create bar event. But the problem with create bar is that the color isn't set here. The meta tables are set here, and then auxiliary functions like apply style are called. Then we get to apply style, self color. This check passes because the color table itself is not secret. But as soon as I try this code, where it tries to set the color, secret values are only allowed during untainted execution for this argument. I added a print here. And the colors print out fine because you can obviously print secrets. So the colors are set. They just can't be used because they're tainted. So, okay. So basically this. I'll give it a try. I know you're the one to ask. You've dealt with more secrets than anyone. I bet you chat frame itself was a headache and a half. I don't even want to look at WoW Instant Messenger. I looked at it once and I was like, I'm disabling it. It's like, good luck, Paza. And Paza's like, I ain't looking at it either, so WIM is just not getting updated for 12.0. None of us want to fuck with it. I heard you abandoned Pratt, and Artemis took that over. And she told me it was a nightmare as well. Okay, let's at least see if it errors. Well, it didn't err. Now I need to test if I... Obviously, my default bar colors look like Blizzard's default bar colors, so let's change one of the bar colors. Let's change this to blue. Oops. I don't know why I just accidentally dragged WoW off the screen. Okay, come on. Respawn. I guess they want to test a respawn timer here too, so they gave the boss a standard 30-second. Well, you're a genius. It's working. My bar is also blue. Blizzard's bar is blue. My bar is blue. See, I knew asking in the UI Discord was helpful.
Don't die.
Okay, so... I never would have gotten that without your help. I assume this is still not allowed, you know? I removed my up value. Not that I really needed it. It was just kind of an inefficiency waste anyway. I did up value it just because it's used twice. It's like, it's probably not necessary anyway. Even if it's allowed, do I really need an up value just because I call each color twice? Am I really saving performance? You know, some of this stuff was coded by, like, the me from, like, 15 years ago, you know, the dumb me. I'm still kind of dumb. Yeah, I suppose. That's probably a better way of doing it. I don't know if it really saves now. Like, for me, it's more about performance and code typing. Code probably can do the typing for me. Now I still gotta figure out how this damn sound API works. I was studying the sound API and it's still... Set event sound. I got this working. Play event sound. That works. Blizzard does not play the event sound automatically. So my problem with now is they're basically expecting me to play the event sound by knowing what the event is, but I don't know what the event is. That's the point of this secret API. You don't know what event's what. And I can't find a different API that lets you query the sound. You know, set event sound, got that figured out. play event sound again requires the encounter event ID and the trigger arg, which the counter event IDs come from this DB2. You know, this spell ID uses this event. But here's the conundrum. You have to know the spell ID to know which encounter ID to use. It does not. I tried it already. I set this event sound right here. Set event sound. And I can even demo it to verify that the event sound was set.
I see you.
This is the sound I set for this boss's big AoE. The same one I set the blue bar on, so I know the event ID is right. But when I pull the boss, obviously my set color is working. And thanks to you, it's working in DBM too. But when the event is cast, no sound. Well, I hit the spark plug too late. This is actually a toxic ability, even for a test dummy.
Don't die.
This sound is the generic one from DBM. The one that plays on all encounter warnings. But the custom sound I set did not play. And if Blizzard's not playing it for me, and they're expecting me to call play event sound, well, I don't know what kind of voodoo they're expecting me to perform because the timeline event is secret. We don't know the spell ID, and we don't know the event ID. If we did, it wouldn't be secret anymore. So how are they expecting me to play? How are they expecting me to run this function? I haven't arrived at that solution, like what they're expecting from the API. There's even a get event sound, which I thought was the answer. But what do you need to get the event sound? The right ID, which again, you don't have it. So what kind of voodoo are they expecting? I thought, well, maybe it's in the event info. You know, the encounter event info table itself, like the color is. It's not. The sound isn't here. Only the color is. See, this is why we can do the color. Because they return the color in the API for get event info. They do not return the sound, so again, I see no path for getting the sound file for the event. And I talked to Andy about this already, and the API should be implemented. Like, there shouldn't be anything missing. Besides custom sounds, that currently only supports playing file data IDs that are built into the game. They don't let you actually play add-on sounds for this API yet. That's coming later. But I haven't figured out how to actually... And maybe you can find it in the docs, but I've looked at the docs but I could have missed something. But I'm just trying to figure out how to actually play the event sound I set. If Blizzard's not going to play it for me. Now, I was under the impression Blizzard's supposed to play it for me, so it's possible it's just a flat bug. That it not playing a sound could straight up just be a bug. That I'm not missing anything, it's just not working. That's a possibility. I will ask Andy about that later. But anyways, now that we got this working, I can start working on adding a bar color API. So now let's think about the UI. First, I gotta think about the user experience. So let's open up an old module. Bar color. Countdown voice should be possible too, if we can figure out the sound API. Because you can register a sound that fires 5 seconds before a spellcast, and I already took that into account with the DBM update I did recently. So DBM core. The sounds table, like the where we register the sounds, they're registered to a specific encounter event ID. Where are they? Oh, sounds. I record new versions of sounds. That's the whole countdown. Because the new API, if we get it working, lets you play a sound 5 seconds before an event happens, but only one sound. Now, normally countdowns are multiple audio files.
1, 2,
But I created this audio file.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And that solves the problem with the registering a sound 5 seconds before an event to restore the countdown feature. And I did that with all the basic ones. I didn't do it with every like built-in sound. There's some with smooth. It does have a warning. It does have a text warning. I made sure it does. That's why it's playing the other DBM sound. But I will try a different trigger parameter. Two technically is 5 seconds before event happens. 1 is the timeline event. Yeah, let's try a sound of 2. That's a valid test. It could just be that the encounter warning is broken. Or not hooked up correctly. There is one for it, though. You'll see it. Spell Reflect the Glacial Ray, because I hate this ability. This target dummy actually makes me angry.
I see you.
It worked. It played my sound 5 seconds before the ability. Interesting.
Don't die.
So it's broken. Is the value of 0 is broken because it had a warning. So Blizzard does play the sound for you, but 0 is broken. So that's feedback I can give. Let's try a value of a. Well, yeah, I'm gonna add audio countdowns. Let's try a value of 1. Now, I know these events don't persist through UI reloads, which is interesting. Like, if I reload UI, the game forgets the blue color I set in the timer and everything. So it must be stored in a local table on the client and not server side. Let's register a sound to 1. See, look, the big one is no longer blue because I reloaded UI. Technically, it fires when the timer expires, but the thing is, there's some abilities that have a cooldown window, which is what I don't like. Like, the power might expire, and the ability might not cast come for another 5 or 10 seconds.
I see you.
Yep, that also works. This dummy is a bad example because all the bars are precise. Like Demencius, there are bars that are up to 6 seconds off. So if I register a sound to the timer expiring, it might warn you up to 6 seconds before the ability actually happens. That's why it's ideal to be able to set the sound on the actual cast rather than the timer expiring. It's kind of crap. Okay, a value of 1 and value of 2 works. A value of 0 is broken, which I think is a Blizzard bug, because it obviously has a encounter warning API. Okay. I didn't notice my typo. So definitely not a titmouse reference. There is a text warning to the one I'm testing. I did not add that text warning. That's using the Blizzard API. This mini-boss has 2 text warnings. One of the abilities is missing one, which I've reported as a bug. The first cast has a minor warning. The second cast has no warning. It's supposed to have a medium warning. And that big cast has a what they call a critical warning. But it is using the new API. I can even enable Blizzard's API. Let's see, DBM mid wizard. So enable Blizzard warnings too. There's my warning and there's Blizzard's warning. And it's even gonna play Blizzard's sound because I just enabled it. This one's lacking a warning, so neither me or Blizzard show a warning because I'm using Blizzard's API. And the big one will again show Blizzard's warning up here, mine down here. And obviously the sound I played, or that played, was the one for my generic warning, and the one I registered for the timer expiring. But anyways, I'll report the bug to Andy. Set event sound 0 doesn't work. Let's see. Found bug. Okay. I got a bunch of crap in here that I don't actually use. Well, this would be nice if they de-secret that, but then it'd be used for ability identification, which is why it's not. I don't actually use this. I think it's mostly there for reference. I actually tried using this, and Blizzard wouldn't allow it. It was kind of funny. Okay, now I need to figure out a UI. Let's see here. So countdowns are possible, so I could make a UI that's just identical to the way it is now, minus the checkbox. See, the checkbox is a problem because we can't turn an ability on or off yet. I was already told that API isn't coming until 12.05. They will give us another API, separate from bar color and sound. It lets us turn a bar on or off. But since we can't do that yet, I'm going to have to make like a UI similar to this, but without the checkbox. Or I'll make the checkbox there for the future, but then I'll just gray it out. I'll make it unclickable. That'll probably be the play. Use this UI, make the checkbox unclickable. Okay. So now to actually code this abomination. I was going to code it similar to Private Aura API. Private Aura. Here. Add Private Aura sound. What I don't like about the API is it doesn't use spell IDs. I kind of wish it did, because that simplifies the options. The UI options gonna have to have a spell ID. What it uses for the localized text, but associate that with the. See, this is the annoying part. Is if I'm making boss mods, I'm gonna have to look up every single spell ID in the game to get the event ID. Ugliness. I kind of wish the API took spell IDs and didn't require this extra step. Oh yeah? She's talking. Meow? Okay. I just realized. Sorry, YouTube. I just realized I didn't have the YouTube chat open, like, at all. Huh, that's true, Irish Smiles. No weak hours to suck up the frames in combat. Just a secret API now. She is hungry, actually. She's, Well, there's a... Blizzard probably wasn't clear about their naming. But the encounter event ID that's there is not actually the same as these IDs. Like, these are hard-coded data IDs. But the event ID that's returned by the API, the encounter event ID, it's just an integer for that's generated by the server. Like, I can get, let's see here, let me show you what I mean. Here's the actual event ID that API is sending. It's just a sequential numbered event. So if the first timer of your instance is 1, the second timer is 2, the third timer is 3, and so forth. They don't send you the actual ID, event ID in the API. They just... It's basically an intangible number. Similar to Vignet ID and rare spawns and things like that. Or GUID, you know. It's just a generated number. So not a usable data point. But I did ask Artemis to work on a journal update. Like, our built-in journal, it'll make boss mod creation a lot easier. Let's see, video game, Blizzard, add-ons. Where's our journal at? DBM journal. Since this is generated straight from Wago data, all Artemis has to do is add a cross-reference to this file to spell IDs. So when it's generating these tables, anytime it checks a spell ID, it could also check this file, and if the ID exists that matches it, just put the ID next to the spell ID. That would be nice. Like, being able to see the event ID next to all these spells would make my coding at least easier, because I wouldn't have to spend so much time over here. Isn't that right, Missy? But yeah, it would be nice to just skip this step and not have these encounter IDs. I know why they did it. Some spells actually have multiple spell IDs, and this might have been easier to just have a parent reference, like, for their teams, but... Okay. So anyways, let's just decide how this is gonna look like. I know you're hungry. Dinner's at 6 o'clock. You have 1 hour. 1 hour. She's having a hungry day. Oh, you can't see her. She moved off the camera. She's just to the right of the camera's frame. Begging for food. Like always. Yeah, she's just meowing at me. That's a hungry kitty. Now, something else I'm going to look at too. Okay, I don't need this right now. There's just too many open files. I'm actually kind of done with DBT and timer for now too. Well, no, I might need them. I don't need the local copies though. And what fake error is this reporting anyway? Oh, right, it's still reporting this bug. Stop nagging me about this. Quick fix. Disable diagnostics on this line. I'm using it correctly. Quit bugging me. I don't like it showing I have one error in my file when there's no real error there. Okay. I don't need to add anything here. The UI option for actually handling whether or not a color is used will be handled entirely by the GUI and registering the event to begin with. Depends on the graphics settings. Some settings actually are problematic in the driver, especially render scale. If render scale is below 100%, with some GPU drivers, it actually tanks performance. One of the first things you should check when you're doing graphics settings is actually see if you have the render scale bug. I don't have the render scale bug, so I make use of it because I use a 4K display. So I don't want to render at 4K. I want to actually render it like 1080p and upscale to 4K using FSR. But the first thing you check is make sure if you have performance issues, see if turning this to... Okay, if you got a 1080p monitor, this should be 100%. What setting is actually dropping your performance when you turn it down? And these options, don't turn any of them off either. Like if you think these are like, you'll get better performance, turn these off, it'll be the opposite. Turn these off will tank your performance. These are what they say, compatibility. Only turn these off if you're having like driver crashes and you want to diagnose them. I kind of wish Blizzard would hide these and make them like C bars you can play with. And there, like my video you might have noted, shadow quality set to low can actually cause performance issues in certain rooms. Example being the elevator for Nefarian in Blackwing Descent. Primorius's room, which has a secret staircase under him that goes to Rodden's room. Blackhand's room, which is a destructible platform with hidden rooms under it. Those kind of rooms could have performance issues with low shadows, because low shadows doesn't understand floating platform logic, so it actually renders the shadow on the true floor, which is beneath the platform you're standing on. So it causes a weird rendering bug where you have lower performance because your shadow is being rendered like 100 meters below you. That's why I tell people to use fair shadows. Not to mention, fair shadows are important for mechanics. Like when you have a tentacle slam and tentacles behind you, you see the shadow rise up before you see the tentacle. If you can't see that shadow, then you're setting yourself at a disadvantage for that encounter. I know Quasi put out videos countless times, put your shadows on low, you don't need them on fair. I'd constantly contradict him and say, no, never set your shadows to low. Always set them to fair. Or higher if you got the GPU, obviously. Yeah, the rock was a good example too. Like I even showed the example on a rock. I stood on a rock, and you have a shadow with this, but if you put it on low, the shadow rendered under the rock. Oh yeah, I've seen so many people saying they have like way more frames without weak auras. I don't notice a difference because I actually use weak auras correctly. Like I wouldn't run like people install so much crap and don't even realize what they're installing. They'll download the Liquid Weak Aura pack, which has like 100 weak auras for the raid zone, just so they can use one of them, and then wonder why they have like 20 FPS less. It's like, bro, you weren't intended to use all of them. They might have made a pack, but even Max has said on stream, don't use all these. They're not for you. Like, if you download the pack, just use the one you want to use and get rid of all the other shit. Like, don't run it as is. That's not what they intend you to do. That's just terrible for game performance. Exactly. I did the same thing. Like, we had to install the weak auras for Fractalis and, what's that? Demon Hunters. Those two fights were common for weak auras, for, like, auto-assigning, like, quadrants, areas, and stuff. And I deleted everything else. It's like, I need only this. Nothing else. Like, if I need anything else, I'll add the DBM, not weak auras. That's how I've played. Wait. Oh! It's about damn time. 12.01 PTR is finally up. I wonder if they'll bump beta to 12.05. I can actually see them doing that. Now they have 12.01 on PTR and it's launching next week. I wouldn't be surprised at all if beta bumps to 12.05 branch as early as next week. I used to use the Mechagon icon pack, which is a crap ton of textures. I don't think I'm using it on beta, though. I'm being honest. Now that I think about it, I don't think I used it here. Interface. Yeah, I'm not using it here, so I have low-res icons. But I used the Mechagon Clean Icon pack on retail, and I don't notice any performance issues, just better icons. I probably should use it on beta, especially since I record videos as beta sometimes. But no, I haven't noticed any issues with replacing textures, at least icons, because icons are just kind of a low resource texture anyway. I'm not sure about placing anything like more elaborate than that, though. So I'm going to use... I can even close DBT and timer right now. Now I need to focus on core and GUI. Oh, he might have been using like integrated graphics port. I've seen that too. Like I've seen people like they might have like integrated graphics, which also has its own like HDMI port or something, and they plug into that one instead of the port that's actually on the dedicated graphics card. And then wonder why like the performance is abysmal. Okay. Next one I need is the GUI. Close the RAID. I'm done there for now. Done there. GUI. Might be here. I think panel prototype. Let's see. Sound. Okay, yeah. This is the code that generates create a check button. If mod var, then special warning has mod var for sound and note. Where's the timer one at? Let's see, color. T color, timer color, here we go. So it was right here too. Countdown voice, timer color. So I'll be messing with this code here for what I'm working on next. Yeah, self if is timer, else special warning option. Yeah, ports can matter on a graphics card sometimes. Most modern graphics cards, though, they'll automatically, like, unless you're using multiple ports simultaneously, they'll automatically, like, dedicate the bandwidth to the port you're using. Like, if you're choosing between, say, DisplayPort and HDMI, it's okay to use either one without any performance difference. So if you're, like, using both of them, or you have 3 ports and you're choosing which 2 to use, then the decision matters more. Because only so much bandwidth available. Is the other cat in the doorway? Is that what you're looking at? Is she waiting for dinner too? No, I don't see her, so I don't know what you keep looking at. When she starts getting hungry, she starts looking at the other cat to make sure the other cat's not getting fed before she is. She's a very jealous cat, but they get fed at the same time every night. So she's wasting her time doing that. I'm gonna have to install 12.01 PTR soon. Maybe the private R dummy will be up there. Yeah, unfortunately, the 2 cats I have don't get along. And I rescued a kitten a few months back, and neither one of them will get along with the kitten, so I had to find the kitten and adopt it home to someone that didn't have cats or didn't have mean cats. Both my cats are mean and selfish. I've had polite cats, but not anymore. They're nice to humans, though. They're both loving and affectionate humans, but both cats I have absolutely despise other cats. But this one, ironically, loves dogs. Put another cat in front of her, it's hissing and growls. Put a dog in front of her, she wants to cuddle. That's just the way she is. I'm thinking about this here. Can I reuse the old object and save the work, or do I still need to create a duplicate object with similar options? Let's backtrack this code here. Create check button with mod var. I was even called in here, so that's probably called here. Yeah, it's called here. Okay. Let's see how this works. So I was right, I need these two files and core. What I'm working on. Now let's look at T color. Here. Okay. If category timer, set default options for T color. Yep. That's right. I'm gonna have to actually unhide a frame to actually work on this because I just realized all the T color options are hidden in the GUI right now. They literally don't exist. They should be right here, and they don't. So before I can actually work on the GUI, I have to unhide the GUI first. Let's see, that would be options, timers, color by type. If post midnight return end, not anymore. T color is back on the table. This is where users will actually set their colors. But are there any specific options in here that shouldn't be shown? Yeah, there's one option that shouldn't be shown. Color type 6 won't be shown. Here. This is an option that lets you emphasize a certain bar and have that bar behave differently. That will not be an option in Midnight. Same with important 2. Okay. This doesn't apply either. Okay, I think right here. So don't delete it. Just move it down. Till here. Custom for emphasis stuff, classic only. Midnight secret API can't use this stuff. Very good. And that one I should... Well... I was going to push it up right away, but then I realized it would still... Well, it won't confuse people, because the people don't open the GUI anyway. But I do need to unhide it here. I'm going to open the same files I'm working on anyway. So GUI... Panel prototype. Color by type. Let's copy this change here and at least bring the frame back. There. Bar colors UI has been restored. This is where users will once again set their colors for the different bar types. And as expected, the sub panel down here is hidden. Meow. 40 minutes. Okay, GUI restored. The GUI. Yep, the GUI. Okay. I'm done with this file. And that file. Let's go back to here. Not now, monitor. Okay, private aura sound. Add option category. Private aura sound. Let's see. PA sounds. Interesting. Wonder where this is stored at. This table. So I might probably make a similar table. Oh, of course it's here. Oh, right, because it enabled. Okay, I'm gonna need this file here too. And that's something very similar to the encounter sounds and encounter colors. Okay. That's also in this file, right? Yeah. Okay. Private or all right. Let's get started with some copy and paste. Well, actually, I don't know if I'm gonna put it here. Add special warning. I guess I can go right under this. Add custom timer options. Okay. Event. Oh, no, I probably want to put the spell ID. That's gonna be different. It's gonna be T color. Default color. Or 0. Actually fix that typo. Spell ID. Spell ID. Spell ID. Yeah, enough. Oh, I still screw up the typo. Stop it. No, don't copy all that. Let's see. Custom timer option. It's an option category. Timer. What's that true Boolean for? Has private? No, it doesn't. I gotta actually create a localization for it, huh? This is... So we have one more option. T count, if I recall. Let's check. T color. Not in that file. All over the place. T color. C voice is what it is. C voice. Countdown voice. Default color. Default voice. Copilot, can you figure it out? Nope. Does it really need this line? I'll see if that's actually... That bug might have been fixed in lower LS a long time ago. Not underlining it anyway. Okay. Localization text needs to be figured out. And I actually gotta set the event ID too. Where should I put it? Let's see here. This should actually be moved to the end because it'll be the least used arg. These will always be used. Now we need the event ID. Which has to be stored in the object somewhere. Oh, where do I store it? Let's body used for option text and saved variables. I didn't actually type it. I put the comment in. Let's see here. Type number. Spell. There we go. Number. Oh, I have Copilot. Event ID. I'm gonna be more specific. Let's see here. Encounter event ID used by Blizzard API to assign colors and sounds. default, Boolean, spec flags. And that's actually how we do it. That's right, it's up here too. Well, technically, it's the other way around. It doesn't matter, but I just want uniformity. Number, optional. Default voice. Is voice a number? Actually, I don't think it is. Let's see, C voice. Extra option 2. If category timer, then I actually need to use these extra option 1 and 2. Good to know. So I should be using an add boolean. Not this, I think. Let's see here. I kind of wish things weren't spread all over the place. I know it was done by Paul a while back to reduce the size of core, but it makes me have to open 8 files to work on one function. So we need a timer after all. And thanks to follow the lifeline. So it's here, but add option is called by another function. Here, no. Let's see here. T color. Looks like this. That's just going to be self here. Option default. Timer. That's just going to be default color, default voice. That doesn't apply. There's no weak R's anymore. What is that option type arg? Oh, I see. GTFO adds achievement stage. I think I could leave it nil. I think it's optional, right? Okay, yeah, it's optional. This is one of those cases where I don't have a need for it. T color. Hmm. I'm not sure. I haven't really looked at the spell changes. I know they added a new API or another new filter for the raid frames and stuff called important, but it's an arbitrary table of spells that Blizzard flags is important, not the player. Now, Blizzard's still, choosing for you what's important and what isn't, which means they're totally going to misflag spells. They're going to flag something silly as important, and something that is important won't be flagged. The typical rule of thumb. It's like the cooldown manager. Where some things in there that don't even have any business being in there, and some things that are important aren't in there at all. Meow. Right. I don't even think this is necessary, to be honest. I think that this will handle it. This might not be necessary. I gotta look at the code here again and see how it works. Add option. Option name. I have to figure out. What the option name is. Okay, the option name is what? It's magic. It's here. New timer. No. Local. New timer. New timer. Here. Option name. "20 minutes. You stop it. 20 minutes. Brat. Trying to figure out where the option name's actually generated. Doesn't seem to be generated here at all. It just seems to. Or self ID. I think option name just purely is the spell ID. Add option name. I need to look at. Let's see. I gotta look at an actual DBM configuration file to see what the actual variable names are. You can go to your empty bowl. It's not going to make food materialize. Does that make you feel better? 19 minutes. Let's see here. Go to this file. Sure. T color. If that's the long text name. Timer, spell ID, CD, count. Okay, so I gotta figure out where that's set though. Sometimes I don't even understand my own code in core. Because it's been 10 years since I had to look at that specific segment of code. Like, I don't know where it's getting. I know where T color is coming from. I can't figure out where it's actually generating the name at. So I basically have to duplicate that. Add Boolean option name. I can't say it. This literally does. I haven't set option yet, so it wouldn't actually set it to anything. Maybe I just straight up go. I'll just generate it myself like this. Custom timer option. Nope. Just do it like that. Because it is what that's what it's doing here anyway. And then this will be done later, I think. If category timer, then it automatically does this here. So yeah, I don't need to do it again. Note. T color. Are generated in there. Same with this. Okay, this should. Now I gotta figure out where to store the event ID. Ugh. This is so pointless, Blizzard. If you just use spell ID, I won't have to spend time thinking about this. "15 minutes, lay down." And I still gotta add a localization, so actually let's go do that. That's not. Where is that? Swear to God. Shit's just localized in weird places. Why is this localized in core onto GUI? This should have never been in core. I guess this is in core too. Okay. That's fair. Let's think about how to word it. Let's look at array again. Okay, these drop downs are gonna exist. And I could just use the exact same show timer for that, remove the text after it, because With secret timers, I won't know if it's a cooldown, an exact timer, a stage timer. I can't be specific. Show timer for... I don't think I have an actual matching. Private. Auto, custom, timer, option text. Show timer for spell, just generic. Change it to this. It already was that. Okay. Good. Now it actually has a localization for the options. Used for midnight timeline timers. I.e., we have no context of what type of timer it is. Yeah, Copilot finished the sentence for me. Oh. I'll probably take a stretch break soon, just to stand up, stretch, get a fresh drink. And by the time I get back, you'll be eaten. Then you'll leave me alone for a while. Okay. So I just gotta figure out where to store the event ID for the object. Unless I make the event ID the object ID instead. And then use this for the spell ID. Hmm. I haven't actually finished this yet. Default voice, number, number. Color ID 1 through 6 for color bar by type. Voice ID for countdown voice. I want to say that could also be No, wait, no, it is a number. But the user can change it to one that's not a number. But the default options will always be a number. I think what I should do is this. No, then again, that makes it so... No, I take that back. But that's no longer needed. Just go like that. I think I need to invert these. Event ID, spell ID. No, I don't think the auto localization will work if I do it this way. This is... I'm trying to find a crafty way to store the event ID in the object so I can just automatically parse it later. But the problem is the event ID and the spell ID are just both so important. I don't want to store a giant table in DBM that converts all the spell IDs to event IDs. I don't want to have to force the event ID into user saved variables either, because that's also just as shitty. Can't actually think of a clean solution. I can think of many solutions, but none of them are clean. They're all filthy and disgusting. I'm basically having to store thousands of bonus IDs because Blizzard decided to be convoluted with the API. And couldn't just use spell ID. When I could just embed this entire fucking table in DBM and just reference it whenever I call a spell ID. That was the cleanest solution I can come up with right now. How big is this table? Only 603 entries so far. And that's because they only added Season 3 and Midnight content to it. So a 25-page table. And that's without even supporting old content yet. There'll probably be hundreds of pages when they do that. I can't embed this table in DBM. Why did Blizzard do this such a shitty way? Do the objects create a meta table, like, at all? I don't think options create a meta table reference. Like, they literally just... Everything that's created is stored in saved variables, which is why I don't want to put the event ID there. Because it just shoves that in a saved variables too. Which are easily corruptible and easily lost. They'd be regenerated if they're lost, but still. I could create a temp table on object creation. But still, that table would fill up rapidly if you load a bunch of modules. Let's look at the boss mod object for private auras. Right. Yeah, I could do it that way. So we don't need to store event ID here at all. Okay, that makes sense. I could just do it in a different object. So event ID doesn't need to exist like at all. Option me by spell ID again. Group spell ID can still exist. Oh, she took off the second that food ball activated. Ever seen her run so fast? Her feeder is automated. At 6 o'clock on a dot, it disperses the quantity of food she's supposed to get. Okay, let's see here. Object for customizing Blizzard timeline object with colors and sounds. So yeah, this is all I need to do for the option. Now I need to actually create the... Go away. I don't need to really do anything there either. Boss mod. Yeah, basically gonna be duplicating this, then working my way backwards with it. Disable private aura sound. Okay. Next. Enable timeline options. First thing it's gonna need options spell ID. Thanks for the raid, Letterin. I appreciate it. And to everyone raiding from Letterin stream, I'm over here working on DBM customization for next week's patch. Blizzard is adding new APIs that allow add-ons to register custom colors and sounds to a timer event, which I can kind of demo right now since you guys are just coming in. Here's what DBM looks like now when you're just pulling a boss. Let me reload UI real quick so I'm not This is what Blizzard timers look like. And the DBM timers are similar. Blizzard alerts, DBM alerts. Should probably turn the Blizzard stuff off. Right now nothing's customized, so it's just generic. Actually, that's... Let me clean that up a little bit. DBM mid-wizard. And edit mode. I can leave it the way it is. But there's new options where you can now set a custom color and a custom sound on event. So I'll run this script and this script. I mean, Blizzard built in their own boss mods, but DBM still allows a far more amount of customization than the built-in ones have. Especially next week's patch, because we're going to be the ones that let you customize the color of bars. Even Blizzard's built-in bars. Like, I just changed the bar color of one of the timers to blue. So now Blizzard's timer is blue, and DBM's timer is blue. That's something you can only get with DBM, not stock UI. I also added a custom sound to when the spell is cast.
I see you.
And right now I'm working at, like, doing it is the easy part. Creating a GUI for it, that's the ugliness. That's what I'm working on now. Artemis, I'm working on GUI stuff. But Mouse actually helped me with the problem I was dealing with. It was I was trying to apply secret colors to bar colors, and I couldn't get it to work without throwing an error that said, you can't do that. You can't use secrets here. So, plus Mouse helped me figure out how to make the secrets work. Alt Option ID won't be a thing. In fact, just go like this. Yeah, GUI is not fun. I'm probably gonna need your help fixing it when I get that far. Okay, now I need to get the object ID. It's custom timer option, so it replaces any occurrences with private aura sound with custom timer options. Let's see here. Option ID, event ID. No, I'm going to specify very clearly what it is. It's called a counter event ID. Well, counter event ID. You're unavailable every day. That's nothing new. Thanks to follow Fredcat and Pinda. If I said that right. Okay, most of this is going to be changed. Obviously, it's templating stuff here. This is actually still going to be the same. Okay, let's see here. I mean, it had to be some small updates, mostly just, you know, updating the TOC file to include the right dropdown. That's all that TBC really needed. I always left TBC compatibility in DBM because I was sure it'd come back one day, and lo and behold, I was right. It came back like 5 years later, and didn't have to re-add all that code. I'd kept all the TBC backwards compatibility in the code. So like literally updating for TBC was bumping the TOC and changing one line for the dropdown, and done. Everything else, like how to handle talent points, how to handle spec IDs and all that stuff was still in place. I'm sure it's not perfect for every spec though, but it's at least perfect for Plot Warrior. You know, I was only able to update specs I actually understood. Sound ID, this is like... if not self... timer... oh. Timeline... sounds... I'll fix this in a second. Chill out. No, it's all wrong right now. Let's remove this. Chill out, Copilot. You're trying to fix things that you don't need to be fixing right now. Chill the F out. Okay. First, I'm gonna need T color, and C voice. I have a function for this to make it easier. T color or 0. Piss off with that. Timer color. Timer countdown equals T count or 0. Okay. Okay, I look at the... I gotta see how this is handled in other place. I don't think C count... What do you even... C count. Okay, C count. No. I can't remember the name. I already forgot the variable name. I'm so retarded. C voice. There we are. That's the variable name I'm looking for. Now you're in a hurry to fix things, Copilot. Let me get that far. Okay, I'm gonna have to open timer, I think. That's probably where it's handled. C voice. Count voice equals that. So yeah, but let's see here. How is it handled? Count voice. Okay, so I need to duplicate this. Got it, got it, got it. This code's not going to be supported this time. The dropdown's not actually going to support custom voices, so I'm going to have to tweak that. Or you're going to have to tweak that, Artemis. Like, basically, this new timer object, I'm trying to duplicate it. I'm basically duplicating an object, but then I'm like, got to modify the object. I might be able to do it myself, though, but we'll see. Like, I want it to look exactly like this. Checkbox, bar color, countdown, but one change. It's just going to be none, 1, 2, 3. That's it. All the custom countdown options, gone. At least until new audio files are created, which I don't think any of us want to do right now. Because we have to create audio files that have the entire 5-second count in one file. For each voice that's supported. Now, I already did it with the built-in voices. But doing it with, like, all the Overwatch and other sounds, and making sure that the file length is exactly 5 seconds long. Like, I had Blackbird do it for me. He actually went to the effort to not only combine the counts of 5 through 1, but he made sure that, like, the exact file length was 5 seconds. Seems easy. You want to do that for every Overwatch voice and every Heroes of the Storm voice? I think combining the audio files is easy. You could just use like a FFmpeg or something and just like auto join the files if you want to just join the files. But to actually perfect the file length takes effort for each file. Does Overwatch files already have it all in one? Like this, the whole 5 seconds in one file? If so, then go ahead and do that. Does Heroes of the Storm have that as well? Because if so, then you can just use Blizzard's work. Well, go check. That's your task. I'm so tired of this damn Goblin song. Who doesn't order Artemis around? If it's not me ordering, it's Method. Or Funky Dude in a DM saying, fix Wago. Okay. Thanks to follow Temporal Doom. I basically need this. And this will be used for something else. Like this will be used too. When we can actually support external media. Max count isn't used. I don't actually need that. Don't actually need that either. I don't think, anyways. Why is even a 4 in the first place? That's weird. Wait, I gotta look at this again. Count path. Oh, because it's cached. That's why. Don't need that at all. Path equals cult. And what did I name the actual audio file? I gotta remember. Let's see. Core. Sounds. Smooth. 5 count. So it's just 5 count OGG. That's the path. This should be moved down here. Yeah, this I don't know what to do with yet. I might actually implement this part of the code just yet. Or I'll do it via a different API entirely. Yeah, I'll do it to a different API entirely, so I won't be using this here. Okay. Let's... First things first. Let's get the actual right API. Next. Doesn't actually expect the table. It expects... Mm. I don't actually need to do it this way either. Hmm. Yeah, scrap that. Just scrap all of that. Currently, I can't actually add support Let's see. Currently commented because API does not accept file paths yet, only file data IDs, which isn't possible with custom media. File would be path, channel master, there are no built-in sounds that are audio countdowns unless you are aware of a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 countdown that's built into the game. I know Blizzard intended to be like, this is actually a bug, or an oversight rather. Because I talked to the UI team about it. They expected us to use the file data ID API. This. The UI team actually thought you could just call that on your custom sound path and generate a file data ID, but it doesn't work that way. It only works for textures, not sounds. Well, how do you get it? Because that API returns nil. I already tried it. But how do you get it? The API didn't work. Get file ID from path generates a nil result. That's what they intended for us to do. But since it's not working, Andy said that they were going to fix it later. Yeah, that would be messy. I'm hoping they have this fixed by next week. The patch is next week. They have a week to fix this. I just hope it's fixed by then. I'm just getting the plumbing in, but I'll have the countdown feature actually just not do anything right now. The user can select the countdown from the menu, it just won't play. Oh, I still have this here. Max count really doesn't apply. It's literally only 5 sec counts. Two. Else. That looks good. Let's go play path. So that's it right there. Oh, the event ID. Well, obviously the event ID. This would be used here. Now the color, I need to add the color code in. Okay. The command for color is this. Well, I don't need to run, I just need this. Okay. Set color. Set countdown. And it's actually 2 for sound type. Okay. Event ID. Oh, you still don't know what C counter events? I thought I swore I added that. Define global. At least I fixed it on a... Our CI anyway, I think. Sometimes you gotta do it more than once. There it goes. Don't actually need that. Timer color. I think it's stored as a table. I'm pretty sure. Okay, that should do it. Unfortunately, old content is disabled on this server because reasons. I could do a follower dungeon, I suppose. Like, I wish I can go pull the first boss of Mana Forge. That'd be the best place to test. Oops, this is not valid. Look, why? That's not the option I need. But that gives me an idea. I do need to add a global option, actually. What do I call it? I don't know. Do I really need a global option for that? That seems kind of... Maybe don't show timers. Like, if timers are disabled, don't customize. Well... Because even if you don't want to show DBM's timers, this customizes the Blizzard timers too. So I feel like it's important because Blizzard doesn't even have a GUI for customizing their timers, so I really don't want to gate this at all. There won't be a global disable for this. No, just because I'm deleting it from here doesn't mean I want to delete it from there, Copilot. Let's add some API docs to this. Spell ID or journal ID. Oops. You always do that. Number. Try for the option that must match option ID. Number. Encounter event ID from encounter event DB2. Okay. Event registering timeline options to encounter events. Sure, that works. Okay, I need to find a boss I can get to. Or I could just make a boss mod for, like, this thing. But I'd rather modify a mod that I'm actually going to use in the future. Let's see here. Midnight only dungeons. I don't want that. I don't know why they like. I wish they disabled the no man's zone teleport on old content on this server. This server doesn't let you go anywhere but midnight zones, and you can go to this zone because it's a valid point. You can go to this zone because they put the test NPC in there. So I could just go pull a motherload boss, of course. No, never mind. That's right. The motherload bosses wouldn't have encounter events yet. Rick. I need a dungeon that is supported. So it has to be worth in or midnight, or this thing. I guess the only way I have to make a mod for this thing. That's the only option. Okay. So be it. Motion, backyard. Nani? Is that cat up the shit in my yard again? Hang on. Backyard camera. Oh. That's gonna set up a bunch of false. Let me fix that. That's gonna fire a crap ton of false alerts. I didn't think about that. Settings. Events. Disable. Okay. It's raining outside, so my camera just gave me alerts because of raindrops falling past the camera. Okay. Dungeons. FIFA. Motherload. Trash mod. If midnight return end. Yeah, I know. It's not a process in the journal, so I can't really. I'll actually do this. It's temporary anyway. I'm fine with doing it this way. Test dummy boss. Not even gonna localize it. Your name is Test Dummy Boss. Okay. Next. What's the object called? This. Okay. Mod. Oh, I don't want. I hate trying to select text and it clicks through instead. Where'd it go? It's Spell ID. Default. True. Default color. Doesn't matter, it's a test boss. I'm gonna make it adds AoE spell. Sure. 2. Default voice. Let's give it a countdown of 1. Okay. Oh, right. I gotta give this more than... what is the zone ID? Doesn't tell me there. Let's see. DBM, where am I? Zone ID 1594. Right, duh, I knew that already. Stupid. It's even right. Register combat. So this should trigger engage with this boss. Now, function mod unlimited combat start. Enable timeline option. Self. Do not. That's actually wrong, and it should be erroring. Oh, I guess not. Anyways. Okay. Dummy mod is in place. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Okay. Yep. Yep. So this was what plus mouse actually helped me fix. You couldn't do bar set status bar color with secret colors without throwing an error, but you could do bar get status bar texture set vertex color instead with a secret. Because set vertex color supports secrets and set status bar color doesn't. So it's just a silly way to work around it. I never would have thought of this solution. I was stumped on this for like 30 minutes. Preliminary. Countdown and bar color option objects for midnight timeline. Okay. That's probably gonna fail CI, especially if that those objects aren't recognized. I didn't actually check if they exist in the file yet. These objects, I mean. I want to say see encounter events was already added, but I'm not sure. I should actually double check. Otherwise, it's just gonna fail CI like almost immediately. Nope, it's gonna fail immediately. I didn't add this yet. Okay. Okay, let's add it now. Add. Yeah, I know it failed. I expected that. Clear one. Yeah. Why do I have so much pull requests already? Anonymous? Oh. Not, it's funny, Polek kept drilling Anonymous until Anonymous figured out how to combine localization updates into one PR. I'm actually kind of grateful for that. Unlike coming in here and having like 8 different PRs for Anonymous instead of 1, this actually does make it easier. The reason I have a lot is because I also got other contributors. I won't merge those until I at least... Oh. Did I forget something? Did I add a different CI? Another global? What are you complaining about? Undefined field RG... Because it doesn't understand context. Right. 958. Oh, because this is... Oh, right. This wouldn't actually... That's because this isn't the RGB values, right? This is a coding error. I had to actually translate the T color to the color table. Stupid. T color, where's that code at? Color ID. Right, color ID. Set color, let's see. Where's color ID applied? Where do I parse it into a table? Looks like it's done in create bar. Okay. Create bar. Color. Color type equals 0. A color type. Just show me the function that translates it into Get color for type. Ah, there it is. There it is. There's a good function for this too. In fact, I remember you adding this function, Artemis. You added this for weak auras. Turns out, DBM now needs it. If not color type, return nil. I'd rather return the default color type for 0. Like, I'm gonna change that. Oh no, it shouldn't be nil. It should never be nil. That was where I'm using it. Let's see. Local color type equals that or 0. Timer color equals okay. Now you're extra confused. Because I have to code in returns. Oh, because it doesn't return a table. It returns args. Okay. Timer red, timer green, timer blue. Swap it. There we go. There we go. That should do it. Okay, okay. Fix error with color type to color conversion. Okay, that should pass. Now the hard part will be actually getting it to work in the GUI. Yeah, the internal APIs, especially with Midnight, are a pain in the ass to work with, I won't lie. But there are extensions for that help. Like, there's a WoW TOC and WoW API extensions that document the APIs. But they're not always up to date. Like, when there's a new patch, since these are user-driven extensions, you have to wait for them to add the functions or add them yourself, or just add ignores in your local code sometimes if it's not recognized correctly. Are you gonna pass? It passed. Success. All right. Deployment of first alpha underway. Whether it works or not is a different story. I tested the functionality of the Blizzard API, but I genuinely haven't tested my GUI code at all. That's because it won't break anything in, like, live production. Like, the only place I put the actual new code in practice is a local test mod. So if the code's broken, it won't harm users. The best thing to do really is to look at add-ons you use. So first of all, you functionally understand how the add-on works on a user standpoint, and then look at the code for that add-on and then try to determine why it works the way you're used to it working. That's how I started working on DBM. Like, I didn't originally create DBM. Paul did, and then Paul and Martin. Or you could just write add-on with ChatGPT, like some people did recently. But although I don't think they use ChatGPT, I think they use Claude. I think Claude is actually a bit better at it. This passed, so why do I have a CI fail warning in Discord? That must be from a previous one. Oh, whatever, I'll clear that too. Active player numbers? Not really. People are speculating them. They use all kinds of third-party tools to try to calculate what they think they are. But this will never be truly accurate because they can't account for people who are paying but not logging in or doing activities. There's people out there that actually subbed the game. They haven't logged in 6 months, but they're still subbed. So they still count as a subscriber even though they don't have any logs that show that they have or armory updates to show they're active. Then you gotta deal with alts and filtering them out. Okay. This file will appear in CurseForge in like 3 hours. Ugh. Let's see, what's the file name that I should be looking for on CurseForge? Create packages. 14. Oh, Artemis. This journal is completely messed up, and it's been messed up since pre-patch. There's a lot of data errors all over the place. It'll show the wrong damage, it'll show the wrong range. So I think it's putting like the args in the wrong fields in some things even. But that's just minor. The major I want is I would love for the encounter events to appear next to the spell IDs. If this file could just be added to the build, and anytime like a spell ID is added, if a matching counter ID is found, just add it next to it in parentheses. That'll be huge, not just for me, but for your method overlords too. I can guarantee you they're going to be adding all kinds of custom sounds for the Race to World First as well, and they'll need those event IDs too. I mean, they can just get them from here and type in the spell ID and search. But a streamlined process where you can just go to a boss page and be like, oop, all the IDs are right next to the spell. That'll cut a lot of cross-referencing out of the process. Not classic. Beta. Scan. No updates. You know, it takes CurseForge 10,000 years for a file update to actually go through. But I want to test the CurseForge file, not copy paste. I guarantee they're popping off. Like, China's favorite version of WoW is actually Wrath. Which is why they have Titan Forge servers, which is like the best of all worlds. Like, all content in the game up to Wrath, scaled up to level 80. That's like a brilliant concept. Honestly, I think those servers would have been hot in other countries too. Not as hot, obviously, but like, it would have been something to do. Like right now, people... The Midnight event sucks. Legion Remix is over. Boy, people would have loved to have played something else for a while. I guess they got TBC Classic again for the people who love that expansion. But I mean... That's still a niche audience. Files approved. Download. Interface. Add-ons. I can't wait for the GUI to explode from this. I know it's gonna explode. I'm not expecting it to work. I'm expecting it to explode catastrophe. And then party FIFA. Let's just add my hacky trash mod update in there. Not Mechagon. Stupid. Mother load. Trash. Okay, reload. Are you gonna explode? Didn't explode. Did it actually get something to work on the first try? Is it actually possible? I didn't fuck the GUI up and it just works? I mean, I still gotta figure out how to hide the voices that don't work. Well, actually, technically none of them work, so... Artemis, if this works the first time, you better praise me. See what happens when I pull a boss.
Fatality.
Nope, well that broke. But the GUI didn't break. The logic broke. The bar color's not changed. Okay, I need to get over... Okay. What broke? Boss mod. Bad argument to event color. Set event color. So I gotta figure out why that's bad. What line number? 959. This is a value between 0 and 1. Are these color values not a value of 0 through 1? Or is it returning... It's probably returning hex values. I bet you this returns hex values. Color variables, start color. Let's look in DBM core. Start. I think these are hex. It's not in... I hate the refactor. And this one, everything was in DBM core. It's so annoying having so many files open. Back in my day, 90% of the code was in one file, so I only had to have one file open and I could just do find on that file anytime I wanted to find something. It's in DPT. Start color. No, these are values. These are right, not hex value. What the... Nani? So what are you bitching about? Bad argument. That's... No, it's not. There's literally nothing wrong with it. Plus, this failed. This shouldn't have failed. The default options should have been created. Let me check. Not interface. WTF. Account. 18. Saved variables. DBM. Party Bifa. Custom. So the options failed to get created by the looks of things. What about dummy? So my options didn't get created at all. Why not? New mod. Test dummy boss. So this just failed to create default options. But it's right here. The first line. Default options. In addition, even if this failed, there should still be a default option. I don't understand. Why were no options created? Also, why do I... Oh, this is so annoying. I need to undo Paul's work and put everything back in core. I hate having this many files open. I don't care if core is 8,000 lines. Oh, you think that's what the problem is. But even still, it doesn't explain why the options don't exist. That just explains why the format was bad. But you are right. It should be R equals, right? Let's check my example. Yeah. It needs, this is the proper format. You are right about this problem. Let me fix that first. I don't even know what that... Let's see. Boss mod, which is in core. God, files are scattered so... When the mod is as big as DBM, it takes forever just to find shit. Nope, nope, nope. Just copy this in. Hello, Rilla. What are you coding? It actually worked. It changed the bar color. But I don't know if the GUI is working, because this is not the bar color it should have changed it to. This is the bar color it uses if it can't find the option. Like, that's invalid, too. It's actually supposed to be set to this bar color. this one, and it used this one. So it's still, the options of variables are still broken. But the API is working now. What happens if I change the color? Or then, stupid. They should put this test dummy in a modern dungeon. Shoving it here was weird. Bar color, it's set to this. Let's change it to blue. I'll even reload UI and see if it's still blue. If it's not still blue, then I know it's there's definitely a issue with the creation of variables. It's still blue. Let's see if it's blue when I pull the boss. If not, I gotta figure out why it's still fucking it up. No, it's still not blue. Okay, it's... Okay, let's figure this out. Got 8,000 files open. It's gonna be in the boss mod file. It's trying to find the variable here. This is failing, and it's using color type 0. So the problem is here. But why? Let's check the mod. Option ID, enable ID are identical, so that's not a mismatch. Spell ID, custom timer, spell ID. But I'll tell you where the problem is. It's the save variables. Why is that there? Piss off. Here. No, they are being created. Option enabled, true. C voice 1, T color 4. Okay, so... I knew that the options were saving because they were persisting between reloads, so... Why is this lookup failing here? The value would literally be... that. Custom timer option. Spell ID. T color. How the hell did that get screwed up? How the hell did that get screwed up? I literally copy and pasted T color. Copilot must have changed it at some point I didn't notice. That would explain it. Okay. I know when I originally put it in there, it was T color. I can almost guarantee that I wasn't paying attention to what Copilot was doing and it just replaced it. It thought that was a typo. Fix couple bugs in... Okay. So now let's copy those fixes over to my local and reload. It's currently still set to blue, so timer should be blue. You have a blue timer. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Dungeons. Let's go ahead and put some stuff in for his other spells. Static Jolt. The big one, yep. Static Jolt. There's only one spell, so there we go. So I want to have this. I want to actually go ahead and keep these changes for the dummy mod. Mod, add. Why? Like why? Timer option. Copilot, you're being so ridiculous. Oh, well, that was me that screwed that up. Okay. True. Static Jolt is an interrupt, so it should be a bar color of 4. That's like a targeted ability, so let's make that a default of 3. Now on combat, let's look up the spell ID in the table. Get the event ID. Okay, and the boss's third ability is glacial something rather. Let me look in the game. There's no alert for it, so I can't look in the chat log for it. Why does it email now? You're killing me, people. Chill. I'm just hard coding a this is the best test dummy we have for testing, so I'm actually building a mod for him built into here. Test the new options anyway. Okay, I bet you 422 is what I'm looking for. 422. I can almost guarantee that's it because it's sequential. That should be Glacial Ray. It is. It's still loading, but it's Glacial Ray. Okay, we got the mod. Yeah, 5 is a good default. Sure. I actually have no countdown for that one or that one. Okay. Too bad I can't get the countdown working yet. All right. I asked Rilo to stop by if he wants to see what I'm cooking. Well, he might be live though. Actually, if he's live, he's not going to stop by. He's not live. Let's go. All timers should be recolored. Yes, this is the future. Even Blizzard's built-in color. people are gonna like the patch next week. They're gonna feel like DBM is more like itself again.
Don't die.
And when the countdowns are working too, ooh-wee. This, Blizzard is letting us recolor bars. You'll once again be able to set what the bar color you want on a bar. You might even be able to get countdowns back, but we'll see. It's there, it's not functioning yet. So I can close this now. I'm done adding options to it. Was it there too? I can close this. That's working correctly. In fact, I can close most of this. I've got my new object actually works. What's crazy is that the GUI worked on the first try. That's a miracle for me. I had a concept of how the code worked, and I spent a lot of time reviewing it. But still, I usually have some kind of ridiculous error, and it takes me a hot minute to find. I should be done with this file. And this file, if I'm being honest. Or I'll probably still need. Exactly. The API exists for a countdown. It's just set event sound is currently... It currently doesn't accept custom sounds. It only accepts built-in sounds. So these countdowns I have here wouldn't actually work. Because the object that's they're supposed to have file data IDs, it just doesn't work. I'll try it again. Maybe they fixed it. Maybe they fixed this API. Get file. Let's actually try it. Local. File ID equals get file ID from path. If file ID, then I don't think it's working, but I will try it. It might be. If it's working, then countdowns will be working too. Okay. Hey, maybe if I'm lucky, this works. Missed. I love how they buffed this guy's level, and like I have a chance to miss like a lot. I don't have an audio countdown enabled on this one right now. But no, it's not working.
Don't die.
It didn't work. So file ID must have been nil. In theory, this should work. In fact, this is what Blizzard intended. When I talked to Blizzard, this is what they wanted to be done. They just didn't realize it wouldn't work. And they said they would fix it, but they didn't give me an ETA on when. I don't know if they're going to fix it by making this work, or if they're going to do it the same way they did with private auras, where if it's a file ID, you register sound file ID, but if it's a path, register sound file name. Like you actually register a different variable name for file ID versus file path. They might fix it this way. Or they might fix it this way. I don't know what way they're going to fix it. But this didn't work. But I don't think there's any harm in leaving the code like this. In case they do fix it this way, it'll work like the second they push a new build out. But if they do fix it this way, they'll have to do code revision to fix it. But oh, I got one of my big hurdles done today. I want to create another option. I'm going to start the plumbing on another option I'm going to add. Because set event sound isn't just for audio countdowns. That's just the option I'm going to attach to the timers. You know, this belongs to the timer object, which makes sense. Now I'm going to add another option for setting event sounds on a cast. Probably have to make it a drop down though, where the user chooses whether they want to fire on cast or on timer expire. We'll have to put a warning in it that says, by the way, Blizzard only adds a warning to cast for like 1 in 10 spells, so you're better off not touching the option and just using timer expire. But the reason why you'd prefer cast or timer expire is because a spell's not always cast on timer expire. It could be delayed due to a spell queue. This is why I wish Blizzard would actually use the raid warning API correctly. They should still fire it for all spells, whether you show an alert for it or not. Currently, it only fires for spells they flag, and they flag so very few spells. Which is unfortunate. Hello. What are you breaking? Oh, I'm going to do something else. I'm going to do. I'm going to turn something off by default because Blizzard won't use it right. I should force it like as a default. This. Extend timer bars. I'm making it off by default because Blizzard just won't use it right. Which is a shame because it's a really cool feature. Variants. Oh, for fuck's sake. It's probably in DBT. Lowest panel prototype for now. That close GUI for now, too. Thanks for follow, Xeris. Let's see, let's look. That follow was... Okay, that follow was over there. Got it. I appreciate follows regardless of what platform they're on. It's fun to show how my work on DBM and have people to talk to as I stumble through code and create cool things. Okay, file or the option variables probably in here. DBT. Variance. Variance enabled. Retail. No. This isn't used anywhere, but it should be. Variance. While TOC less than 12000 and true or false. And let's see here. Now to pull the good old force reset of the variable, which basically means variance enabled, replace with variance enabled 2. Replace all. Okay. And even Blizzard does this, believe me. It's hilarious that Blizzard did this the other day. And it confused a bunch of people. Blizzard wanted to force option defaults changes on scroll and combat text. So they pushed the hotfix build that just put version 2 on all the variable names. It was fantastic. I gotta do this with something else too. Let's see. Special warrants. Warning sound here. Special warning sound 3. Oh, this is a tough one to rename because it's so ingrained into some of the functions. I did change the default sound though. But I didn't force the reset. Is there any code out here that still has a force reset? Yeah, here. Sounds. For settings and pairs, do fix LVU. It's a fix for LVUI. I don't even remember what this was for. I wonder if it's still needed. What's this function do? Fix LVUI. So LVUI was hijacking sounds, but they, like I said, changed their path or formatting. This might be something they asked us to fix directly. Artemis would know. This definitely looks like some Artemis work here. I wonder if it's safe to delete this yet. Summoning Artemis. I mean, I won't delete it. I'll hijack it. To force the air horn sound to change. I'm thinking about something though. With the ability to register sounds to events, how do I handle the built-in sounds? These. That reminds me, the example buttons are still broken. Maybe I should fix those real quick too. Oh, and I also gotta fix this. If you reload UI in combat, you get this error. I got lots of things to fix. Line number might not match to where it was previously. Unit GUID. This is it. This is where the problem is. Let's see here. Okay. If name, then short name, local, GUID equals that. If self is secret value, then GUID equals nil. That's not an elegant solution. It silences the air, but it's definitely not elegant. It's kind of thing where I really wish Blizzard would get like a grace period where the GUID is not secret for like 1 or 2 seconds after login. Because it's bad that like you can get the GUID of players in your raid out of combat, but you can't get them in combat if you're forced to reload because you're disconnected. That's when I discovered the error. I had to reload mid-combat, and that's when the error came up. I'm like, that's new. I didn't know GUIDs for players in your raid were secret in combat. I thought that your only secrets were, you know, enemies or players outside of your group. So the idea that a GUID is secret for someone in your own raid is kind of stupid anyway. Let me just make sure this code will re-update these variables after the fact. Honestly, I'd rather not do it this way. Like, instead, I'd be like, if GUID, then rather than like simply write basically write over the value 20 times for an entire raid. I'm not even editing the right file, am I? Oh, I am. Okay. I haven't played Hearthstone in many years. Like many, many years. Sorry, I just saw your message. I keep forgetting I'll check the YouTube chat. I'm being bad about it today. This will reset the variable name. That's good. Let's go ahead and push those two things up. Force reset variance timer. Variance slash max Q timer option to off by default on retail due to Blizzard poorly using the API for it. Basically setting every bar to a 6-second variance very lazily. Okay, that looks good. Fix lower error that could occur if you reload UI reconnect in combat due to unit GUID being secret for players in your own raid. Nani? Why are players in your raid having secret GUID anyways? Okay. Push those 2 changes up. I wish I could still hide this frame in combat. DBM used to have an option where it would auto hide this in combat, but then it became now if you actually try to hide this in combat and re-show it after, the frame becomes insecure, and you're no longer able to use the quest button on the frame because it's tainted. It's like, God damn it, Blizzard! You can't have nice things. You can't touch this frame without fucking it up. And I hate that. Like, even when I do this header is still covering my bars. Because I like my bars where they are. I don't know, actually. If you could just set alpha to 0 as a workaround. But I know calling frame hide, taint. Even calling this button here, I tried this as a workaround, where I call the function, it collapses it like this. So you at least get this. Still tainted the frame. I know, I hate it. This frame is in the way. Well, Classic doesn't have that problem, Jules. In fact, in Classic, DBM still hides this frame when you pull a boss. And we also have a cooperation with Questy too, so if you're in Classic and you have Questy enabled instead of this, DBM would hide Questy when you pull a boss too. Because I saw far too many people pull a boss with their quest log going down here, like the bottom of the screen, and they can't see timers. So I had to fix that for users. Well, the problem with that unhalted is the taint doesn't occur right away. It occurs once Blizzard tries to access it for something. Like if I just call hide, if I call hide or alpha on this now, it's not really, I mean, it's tainted, but you won't get a taint error until Blizzard fucks with it. You know, the usual rule of taint. So like maybe like when Blizzard adds or removes a quest from the log, or It's not easy to test, is what I'm saying. Maybe. But even still, usually the taint specifically applies to, like, I don't even know if I have a quest in beta, or even on live for that matter. It has a quest item. But the best way to test it is to have a quest item button in here. I think about maybe moving the default bar position a little bit. Like, I know the default position is over here. Obviously, you can move bars if you want to. You can put them up here or just somewhere other than behind your quest frame. It might just be time to move the default bar position. Let's see. Oh yeah, here. Let's see. Too bad I can't update the demo. Like, I asked Blizzard, I said, are there event ideas for this so I could put custom colors in the demo? And he said, these are fake events. So they have no event IDs. Therefore, no color customization. DBM mid wizard. Actually, let me go ahead and do this. That's not what I wanted. DBM mid wizard. Let's turn Blizzard's timers off. Let's go full DBM here. And the boss frames too. God, I hate them. Why does Blizzard put them there? Like, mine are down here. But at least when I have working unit frames.
Don't die. Can I move the boss frames? That's still there. They're here. Like, no. Down here at the very least. Larger style frame. You know, for people that have cast bars on the side or underneath. No, definitely the side then. Frame size. Okay, well, it's all fine. There. I want to get a good screenshot for Twitter to show what I've been working on today. Well. Oops. Don't die.
Okay, let's see what screenshot came out best. I just kind of grabbed a bunch. I can close these now. God, I got so much shit open. That's enough. I can close this. Hide this. set alpha works, but does it taint? This one's a better screenshot. Okay. It's kind of funny that I'm re-advertising a feature that DBM had 10 years ago, or more than 10 years ago, as if it's a victory. Like, yay, we got a feature that we already had, but we got it back. This is one of my favorite DBM features. You know, automatic coloring bars based on the type of spell they are is huge. Like, light blue, interrupt. Purple, target ability. Green, tank or healer role type deal. People understand that very clearly, and they're able to process the information much faster just by simply having colorized bars. Let's see here. And users reporting this bug to me. This is not my fault. This is a Blizzard bug, and it pisses me off they can't get their shit together. Blizzard, for some reason, hook up the API incorrectly. If set alpha is the solution, I will implement it like right now, like yesterday. Now, the only thing I'm concerned about is hiding the frame in a Mythic Plus. I think I have code that says if Mythic Plus, don't hide frame. But for the most part, it's good for raid bosses or leveling and stuff like that. You know, when you're more likely to have a bunch of quests log full. And Mythic Plus, chances are you probably already hit all your quests anyway. Yeah, this is a Blizzard bug. In fact, I'm going to complain about it again. I'm going to remind them. It's like, this... Let's see. Where's the encounter warning stuff at? In the Discord. I'll bump that thread out of Oblivion back into the front and say... Oops, that's the wrong screenshot. Nope, nope, nope. This one. This happens on at least 2 fights. Possibly more. This is more on encounter designers than UI team. And you please pass on to not do this. We can't throttle events since we don't know what they are. At best, we can throttle play sound file, but the text spam remains. Yeah, I can fix the sound. I can actually do something about the sound, and I might do that now. I can throttle play sound file in DBM core to not play the same sound file. It was Floodgate. It was this warning. Most likely. This is Floodgate. The other boss is that has the problem is in the raid. It's I can't remember his name. I'm bad with names. Soulbinder. This boss has the same problem when the NPCs break out of the capsules because it fires a warning for every broken capsule. So when 8 mobs jump out of the capsules, you get 8 warnings. It's like, Blizzard, do you think about these things? I've heard about this fight more than I've heard about the vines, but I have heard about both. You probably zerged the boss down before it happened, but I had some reports that were like less DPS that managed to get that event happen, and it blew their eardrums out. It happened on Tully's stream, like the first day of the patch. People's UIs were so busted that like nobody was doing good DPS, so the fights were longer. I saw it on Tully's stream, and I immediately told Tully, "Not my fault. Don't blame me." Oh, you saw that happen on Tully's stream? Yeah, it was... it was funny. But funny in a sad kind of way. The THD understands what's going on with the API. By the way, where is THD? Let me summon him. He has been summoned. Let me show you the work that's been going on today. Not the war within. Battle for Azeroth. Other load. Pest on me, boss. It's sitting right in front of me. Bar color THD. Countdowns. The countdown's not working yet. When Blizzard fixes it, they'll work. Look. Bar colors. We've graduated back to 10 years ago. And custom sounds are kind of working, but there's caveats to them. Right now, they're not very useful because custom sounds can only be built-in sounds. We can't add our own, which makes them not very good. Like, until we can add our own custom sounds, I haven't really done much with it yet because there's nothing to do. The code for the countdowns is already done, though. Like, it's already done. When Blizzard fixes it, countdowns are just gonna work out of the box. No mod update needed. The code's there, and the drop-down's there. I mean, you're probably using bigwigs anyway, but they're probably gonna do the same thing. It'll work when Blizzard fixes it.
1.
And it's a big win. You know, the biggest two things we were missing was bar colors and countdowns, right? Everything else, you're probably gonna use custom shit for anyway. I mean, it won't be weak auras, you'll replace it with your timeline add-on and your note reminders. But still, you're gonna note the shit out of the fight. You're not really gonna use the built-in warnings as much as the notes. But you will use the built-in timers. And now we're back to just about where we were before. But that's what I've been working on today. Yeah, it was a lot more effort to get the same shit. The effort is not an understatement. Convoluted bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Yeah, the patch going live next week. I'm gonna add these options. Like I built a dummy mod for this finally. It's like, you know what? I pull this boss so much. I need to create a dummy mod to test the bar recoloring, so I went ahead and made it. I didn't even bother to name the boss. But it's called Test Dummy Boss. That's all it needed. But I'm gonna start adding bar options to like the War Within stuff. They'll all be there next week. So at least, you know, patch day, as soon as it comes out, people are gonna go on the raid and they're gonna be like, whoa, my shit's back. And hopefully they fix the custom sounds by next week. If they do, then there'll be options for setting the alert sound too, not just the countdown. I'm going to add alert sounds. But there's a big caveat to the alert sounds that we can't really work around, and that's you can add an alert sound to the text alert, which Blizzard can't remember to use to save their life. So that's a bad option. Or you can add a sound from the bar expires, which doesn't help you if the bars are wrong, and the ability isn't cast for another 6 seconds until after the bar expires. Should be basically doing a sound alert 6 seconds before the spell even goes off, because Blizzard's timer is wrong. So it's one of those things where catch-22. We can add sounds, but we can't add them correctly. Unless we do this, which I'm in the process of doing too. I am actually fed up with some of the bullshit, and I've begun work. I've restored the timer tables and begun work on scheduling the timers on Dimensius as a prototype to show Blizzard this is what a real boss mod is going to look like at midnight if you don't get your shit together. This will be the future if they don't fix these remaining issues with the timeline. They are wrong. It's insulting. You go to Dimensius and there's actually timers that are wrong. Like what was it? Just like was saying the ring timers are really fucking wrong. It's like, how do you get the timers wrong? You made the fight. You have access to the scripts on your computer screen. How do you still get the timers wrong? Like, seriously? And also, no flight timer? Fuck that. I got my fucking flight timer back in this mod. This mod won't be ready for public release until probably after Thursday night, though, when I test it, but when I'm done with this mod, people are going to see what you can do without the timeline. And I'm going to show it, like, the next time I have a conversation with Blizzard, which I'm hoping is soon, I'm going to again emphasize that we need just to desecret the timeline, and the timeline needs to be more accurate. Because if the timeline is not accurate, but our timers are, then it's just going to make Blizzard's timers look bad. Like it's just going to once again set a competitive advantage to using add-ons versus not. And Blizzard needs to be like, okay, if add-on timers are better than our timers, they could try to break the add-on timers, or they could try to fix their timers. Most likely they're going to choose to try the break approach. They're going to try to break this. But this is extremely, extremely hard to break. They'll have to randomize the timers to oblivion to break it. And then they'll have a different complaint. And that'll be when Max goes on a rant on stream because every other wipe is because the random timer's RNG is bad. THD knows. It'll happen if they randomize the timers and you're wiping because of randomness. I guarantee you'll have a 30-minute rant from Max on stream about it. And I will be eating popcorn the whole time. I'll be like, told you so. That's an option too, and that won't go over well either. Like, the option was always simple. And we told Blizzard the option multiple times. Don't go about breaking the add-ons besides the egregious thing. You know, the computational weak auras, which was solved by private auras. Make all debuffs private and disable add-on communication. Stop there. After that, everything else didn't have to be broken. Instead, they could have spent 6 months improving the damage meter, improving the boss timeline, improving the raid frames, improving the nameplates. The way to combat add-ons is to recognize why people are installing them in the first place. They are not likely to fully revert, but I can see a few things. Like, I want to make a case. The timeline, for example, should be desecreted. They should make the timeline like the timeline should still exist. There should still be built-in boss timers, but Blizzard should make them more accurate and make them not secret. Because there's no point in them being secret, besides making the code convoluted. Or having us do degenerate workarounds like the timeline, or our own timelines with scheduling. I can actually see Blizzard dying on that hill and actually break or disabling combat add-ons. Like, if combat they can't beat combat add-ons and they keep finding ways around secrets, and Blizzard going nuclear and just disabling add-ons in combat, I could see Blizzard trying to die on that hill, but it will go over so poorly that the shareholders will come in and be like, so, look at the numbers this quarter. Subscriber numbers are down 50%. Whatever the fuck you did, undo it. Now. And then, the next expansion, combat add-ons will be back. But as I said when Blizzard first started this and announced it months ago, I said from the very start that eventually we're going to get to a very specific point where you reach a middle ground to where most add-on functionality is back, with the exception of the egregious cases of like computational weak auras. But it's going to take probably 1 to 2 years to get to that point, because Blizzard is extraordinarily bullheaded. It's going to take a large amount of player feedback and dropped numbers before they get to that point. In the meantime, us add-on authors just do what we can to like mitigate it to our users, but also communicate to our users that the mitigations generally come at a cost. Now I realize why I can't hit this target for shit. Because they incorrectly enabled scaling in this dungeon. This is level 90, and they're scaling me down to level 80. Oh, you're here, Rillo. Did you see that? Did you see the bar options? I've got to fix it. These shouldn't show in the menu. They don't even work. I mean, they might. Let me try it. Let's make this one orange. It might throw an error, though. It's set to orange. Kind of. Orange is also a fallback, so it's hard to tell. Or rather, the fallback is, what won't show here? Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. This is the fallback. But this is pretty damn close. Oh wait, I actually don't show them on that screen. I should actually re-show those options on screen. Let me try it, let's make it yellow. But I think these two colors are disabled at the moment. I have to actually review the code. No, it did change the yellow. Okay. So I can unhide those from the UI. The audio countdowns have the code in, but doesn't work yet, Rillo. But the audio countdown should work soon, TM. I just don't know if Blizzard's gonna fix it by next week. I'll have to do that private aura stuff soon. Unfortunately, I can't test private auras on this boss. And for some reason, I couldn't log into the PTR yesterday. I didn't try today. Today, I just focused on bar colors. Okay, I should actually bring these, I'll bring these colors back to the UI real quick. I don't need to hide them. I just need to move them a little bit. Let's see here. The private R dummy is on the PTR. It's not on the beta. I don't know why it's not on the beta. But like I said, I couldn't get. I would try to log into the PTR yesterday, and I couldn't even get the realm to connect. Beta worked, but the realm wouldn't connect to the PTR. I don't know why. I could try it today, but I'm gonna work on the private R frame later. I'm actually working on it. Like under alerts, there's gonna be another option called private auras, where I get like the same features Rillo does, basically. It's been on the to-do list for a while, where I'll show the private aura text, I'll show the debuff icon, stuff like that will be available. It might not be as featureful as Rillo's, because like DBM is more targeted towards like out of the box design. And not like super duper pixel tweaking stuff, but okay, let's go to GUI, modules, options, timers, Color by type. Midnight. Let's actually remove this. Let's re-show this. I just gotta hide the checkbox. Thanks for the follow. Good. At least that's what I'm gonna say. Okay, here, hide these options. Although I'm curious if this would work. I don't think so. No, it didn't work because it didn't move the bar. So yeah, these options wouldn't work anyway. But I'll go ahead and tweak that. Double check things are fine. Okay. Go into here. Okay, that should bring the other two color options back. Oh! That's still misleading. That icon won't actually appear in the timer. It's there, I just moved it down. I wanted to show the bar color options. I wanted to hide the checkboxes below it. Because those checkboxes only apply to Classic now. But I gotta hide this icon shouldn't be there. Let me let's just break the code that actually applies the icon in the first place. I think that would be in DBT. Here. Custom inline icon true. Then again, this option does work for custom hard-coded timers. But I still want to be consistent. I'm just gonna hide it. With the Blizzard API, not really, because we can't identify what ability it is and know what icons to apply. We can show the journal icons, but it's another example where Blizzard doesn't remember to apply them. Like this test example has no journal icons. Obviously, if I do test bars, we have journal icon options, and it can be even configured. So you could like cap at one icon, show all icons, or just stack the icons as small icons in a square. It's a nice feature when Blizzard remembers to use it. They just forget to use it most of the time, just like the raid warning API. And that's the problem with the Blizzard API in general, is the API is not bad. The UI team did good work. I don't even blame the UI team for the work they put into it. They made sure every feature we asked for was there. The problem is the encounter team isn't deploying it for shit. They're not doing a good job of it. They're half-assed deploying timers, not deploying raid warnings at all. Unless that changes, it makes that whole API, all the work the UI team did, almost wasted. Because if the encounter team used it perfectly, DBM and bigwigs have no issues using it. We'd be happy to use it. You think I want to hard code a mod using scheduling? I certainly don't. That's a waste of my time. I'd much rather have Blizzard tell me, here are the timers, just reskin them. And I'll be like, yes. But that was the agreement. Blizzard said, we'll do it. And we said, okay, then we will just be a painter's kit. We will reskin it. But here we are, as usual, having to fix it for them because they're not doing it. We're not doing a good job of it. That's never fun. And the truth of the matter is, most add-ons exist in the first place because many of us built them to solve for a problem that Blizzard failed to solve themselves. Like, mods like DBM only exist because Blizzard was inadequate in some way or another. I don't even think Blizzard realizes half the time why add-ons exist, and I think that's the problem. They don't approach it the right way. When you're trying to solve for add-ons, you should be looking at why they exist. And I say this over and over again, but Blizzard just hasn't gotten it through yet. They need to look at it and be like, why do people prefer this over that? What are we missing? I'd say the primary, like, there is the combat computational weak guards and fights that were outliers, but I think the primary reason the weak guards existed was to be a cooldown manager. Like, you might have seen like all the clips of people like solving fight mechanics with weak guards, but 90% of the people that downloaded that add-on weren't downloading it to solve a fight mechanic. They were downloading it to solve a class mechanic. And Blizzard at least knew that much when they made the cooldown manager. That was one of the things, again, where it's like, they released the cooldown manager, and it took them like a year to even get it to a somewhat usable state. And it's still not perfect. API changes is basically doing this. Doing a UI diff on the changes and seeing what they are. Sometimes they release patch notes for us or update, tell us about changes. But most of them we discover like this. On Twitch, I was answering a question on YouTube from Zukos. Oh, shield block, yeah. I loved watching your stream the other day, Rillo, and having you make a weak guard for Bounding Stride. I saw you doing that. So you could track the speed boost. And that's something that should be in the base cooldown manager. It shouldn't require hacking together outside of the cooldown manager just to get the functionality. Honestly, in general, I wish Blizzard would let us, like, their cell padding is so frustrating. Their damage meters, it's like, why are you putting that much cell padding between the bars? It's like, please, let us put 0. I don't know the damage meter even enabled on this, on, here. Okay, edit frame. Oh, it's up there. Why are you up there? Whatever, just... No, I'm not even grabbing the corner. Stop it. Good. Good enough. So why did it hide again? Maybe is that a new option in beta? It doesn't hide on live. Visible. Always visible. Stop it. I mean, you can shorten numeric strings or like reformat them. I'm not sure if you can just flat truncate them though. But that's not something I really looked at because it's not something I've really tried to do. I imagine they'd be shortened like these, like boss timeline preview spell. I'm sure if the bars were not long enough to hold that spell name, it would auto truncate. Thanks to follow, Arami. Let's see here. I gotta think about how I want to word the UI option for the event sound API for spellcasts. I'll have that ready by next week too, but I still gotta ponder on how to do it. Like, how do I want to word it? And do I want to use the same UI as the existing warnings? Let's see, like this. I could just be like, announce sound. And then I'll change the text to be something like, play announce sound for when something is about to be cast. In fact, that's probably perfect. Set announce sound for when X is about to be cast. Because right now we're gonna be forced to put it on the timers because there's no raid warnings. Like, to protect users from themselves, I won't even put the option to set it to raid warning text yet, unless they fix it. If they fix it, then the default should be the text, because that's when the actual cast is happening. Not when the cooldown window starts. Oh yeah? Just made a little meow. Are you hungry again already? You just ate 2.5 hours ago. Yeah, I think I could do that. I have to see how Blizzard implements the API for hiding events. That's coming in 12.05, but the ability to disable certain timers or texts is coming. But I gotta see how they implement it. It's probably gonna implement it the same, where you disable it per event type. Yeah, there's a lot of legacy code that, like, is now useless. I have repaired it wherever I could. And I've made requests to Blizzard for other things, like Dark Moon Fair. I can restore most of Dark Moon Fair mods if Blizzard hides the Dark Moon Fair minigame, or whitelists the minigame buffs, which would take them 5 seconds. All I had to do is take those spell IDs, add them to the whitelist, and then I could do you and Ara and all the minigame buffs of Dark Moon Fair and restore all the mods. I put the request in, but it's like, even getting stuff like that done takes time. And I was able to fix some of the Brawlers Guild. I was able to restore the Berserk timer on the Brawlers Guild that relies on chat messages. And I also implemented the widget API to restore the ability to warn when you're next in line. Because it used to use the buff to track, but the buff is, again, not whitelisted. But fortunately, I could use the widget instead of waiting for Blizzard to whitelist the buff. I think I should start working on the next object. I've been doing a lot of chatting those last hour. Just close this. I don't need that. I'm gonna need that. DBT. Not gonna need that for what I'm working on next. What I'm working on next is gonna be here. Let's go here. Private aura. Okay, here's the object for adding custom timers to the UI. For recoloring and countdowns. Let's get a new function for function boss mod. Copilot, give me a second to cook. Add custom timer option, I guess alert options. Then you're gonna be like, bruh. Is that even right? Do I accept it yet? Let's see here. Custom alert option. Let's see. Get roll flag. That. Yeah, I can start with that. There's only gonna be an extra option 1 though. Wait, there's not. Actually, no, I don't need any of those. The hell is this shit? It's all wrong. Fallback. Sound. Meow. You're hungry again? You're having a hungry day. This is actually all wrong. I probably should just copy and paste the private aura. Like, this is actually what I need. That's much more in line with what this is going to be. Add custom alert sound option. Custom timer option. Custom alert option. Special, yep, that's already perfect actually. This is pretty much a parallel. It's going to be like the same function as a private aura sound. But I'm not going to set it. It's not going to be a private aura category. It's going to be. Let's look. No. Nah. I want to make sure I don't add this button. We can't have notes anymore, unfortunately. Notes was a cool feature that most people didn't use anyway. Most people even realize you could set custom notes in DBM. They kind of use external add-ons for that anyway. I should actually hide that feature on retail, to be honest. But I'll do that later. RO spell ID is fine for here. Default sound should actually be an earlier arg. Because I won't use the group spell ID option that often. Okay, localization. What? All right, because it renamed it. That's what's gonna be though. L. Might do custom text. This is what the text will eventually say when you can toggle the alerts on and off and set sound. For the time being, set alert sound for when spell is about to be cast. And I will change it in 1205. And we can actually also disable the alert. And this should be good enough for the UI. Set option category. Let's check it. Yeah, that's fine. That'll work. Now we need the actual function that handles the sound registration. Which is this one. This is going to be kind of a duplication of timeline sound. We'll go ahead and start with this. Enable alert options. Well, actually, most that's for this. We need the well, I'll go to private auras because that code will be more similar to what we're looking for. So first thing we're gonna have is actually, it's pretty much going to be almost verbatim, this whole function. Just minus the extra table for unregistering private RO sounds after battle. Because you don't really have a clean unregister command with these new APIs. So we're just going to leave them permanently registered. Fuck it. Okay with me. Because here with this API we had to remove private RO applied sound, which runs after battle to clean up we don't have a similar function for the new API. So as I said, you can technically do the same by just registering nil for all categories, but it's kind of wonky. I'm not going to bother. They also did say that unlike the private Aura API, by the way, the new APIs can only allow one sound per event. So if I register a sound, and Rilla registers a sound, and Just Right registers a sound, whoever registered the last sound, that's the only sound you get. That's worth noting, by the way. Any registered sound will overwrite the previously registered sound, that event ID. So, for example, if your add-on loads before DBM and you want to register your own sounds, what you'll have to do is tell your users to disable the option in DBM, or your sounds will not play. Because DBM will replace them if it loads second, or whatever. But that's probably better for on the user side of things anyway. Because users, like I saw it with weak auras, people would install eight weak aura packs, plus have DBM. Hell, I've seen some users running DBM and bigwigs at the same time. They go into a raid. Every time one mechanic is cast, they got 5 different alerts and sounds simultaneously. And they died to the mechanic because they didn't see it. I'm just thinking, how in the fucking hell do you not see it? It's like, I can't unsee it. That's true, but most people also imported way too many weak aura strings. Like, in that regard, I'm glad weak auras is gone. Like, I don't think it should have been gone. I think it should have still stuck around as a cooldown manager alternative. But I can counter weak auras. I'm glad they're gone because I can't tell you how many times that caused problems for the raid. Sound is there. Voice version. Oh, right. That needs to be that does actually need to be a thing. No, don't copy all that. Just copy this. Voice. All right. Okay, that makes sense. I need them both. Voice and voice version. And event ID. So our ID, event ID, and then I'll do the yep. Okay. Oh yeah, that happened a lot, Zukos. I would see someone type /weak guard, open their weak guard, it's like 300 weak guards, and they'd have like weak guards for like Legion raids, and like, I'm not talking Legion Remix, I'm talking like the OG Legion raids, and I'm just thinking, what in the actual fuck? Clean that shit out. You're not raiding Legion anymore. You're not raiding Battle for Azeroth anymore. Clean that shit out. But I might go back there. If you go back there, you're gonna one-shot everything. You don't need the weak guard, trust me. The type is number. Right now we can actually support that out of the box. This is commented out. Not yet implemented on Blizzard's end to support custom sound file paths. We should set this to 1. I need to go back to RLD because I think it has a... Let's go back over here. Where's it getting the sound ID from? Yeah, here we go. Default sound. Special warn sound. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, it's right here. All the time, Zukos. That's why I felt every time there was a new classic version out, I had to update mods with modern feature sets. I'd look at mods I wrote like 15 years ago and be like, holy hell, this needs a rewrite. Like, I did a stream not long ago where I updated Throne of Thunder, and it took like 8 hours to update every mod to modern standards. Modern code practices, modern features, etc. The problem is you can call it broke if it's just not up to standards you'd expect from like a retail mod. Like you're going in the classic and there's no voice pack support. All the bars are the same color by default. The icon options don't even show you what icons are used by the option, etc. You know, modern features that are all quality of life. But I got it done. I spent the whole stream working on Mist Pandaria, and I got the last raid updated. Okay, this is mostly fine. Yep. This adds voice pack support and everything. Let me go back up here again, though. Let me... Sound file ID, yeah. Thanks to follow Tyke Roar. It's a shame I can't, like, complete this. Like, I can't even really test it very well, to be honest, because, like... And I still gotta, like, this is pretty much done being coded, but there's one more thing. I gotta figure out how to mute the generic sound alerts on text alerts if a custom sound is registered. I can kind of do it like this. I could be like... I mean, if the spell ID was exposed, it'd be so easy. Or I could just straight up do this. I could just go like... set sound. Oh, there isn't even a none option. Well, not there anyway. I could just do it. I think it's right. Do it here. Oops, that's wrong. That's block Blizzard. I want to put the block here. Oh, this is not separated yet. Oh, wait, no, it would be this option. Okay. I should really reword this, or just... I still gotta find a better way to automate it. I'll be able to do some tests with my dummy mod soon. Just looking over for errors. I wish Blizzard had fixed this already, though. If I get the voice pack support working out of the box, people will be ecstatic next week. But at least I'll test the plumbing in a second. I don't see any remaining issues with it, really. I do need to finish putting the stuff in. Voice version. Yep. These. Which will improve Lua LS air checking. I think I need to add the alternate ID to, or rather the group ID. Oh wait, no, that's not done here. Never mind. Yeah, it's looking complete. Oops, wait. This is not right. Let's see, the param has private. Yeah, this needs to go away. What's PR used for besides? Okay, that's actually fine. Okay. I added localization already. I'll go ahead and push this too. GUI and core work, custom sound, registration, on timeline, event, end. I gotta make sure Blizzard doesn't have any bugs with it though before I actually deploy it in mods. A timeline event end is ambiguous. Does it mean the timer actually finished or the timer was cancelled? Because if it plays the sounds and timers being cancelled, that'll be obnoxious. That'll mean that the only sensible place to register the media will be on the text alerts. which means you just won't get any alerts because Blizzard can't use the text alerts. Well, they can, but they choose not to. Now, let's go get my little motherlode mod and give it some more test features. Party. There you are. Okay. An event ID is the same, so that makes it easy for this. Mod. That's not even fucking right. Like, you're making shit up. The args, it should be auto-filled, but I did document it. No, I didn't document. No wonder it's not filling it in right. My bad. My bad. It doesn't have documentation that understand the nature of the features yet. Group spell ID. Well, I can copy and paste these two at least. Default sound will come from okay. Object for customizing Blizzard alerts to be shown for what sound plays for them. There. Now that it should be understood by the mod object. See, now it's finding errors because it understands what the object's supposed to do now. Spell ID. True. Default sound. 1. Okay. Fill the rest in. That's not how it works. It's not just 1, 2, 3. Default sound for this one should be that. Okay, now enable alert API. Self. Find you. That's not how that works. You're just filling in random shit now. It's even a valid path. Like, it should automatically know this. Kick. Cast. This one's actually also an interrupt. And this one, watch step. Those sounds won't play. Weird. Static electricity got picked up in my mic. Or not mic, but headset. Okay, this should be testable. Let's actually... put that in there. And I think CurseForge should have my new file. So I'll show to grab the other file updates just from updating the add-on on beta. 16? Maybe. It's not like I got 3 ads? It used to be 1 ad, then it was 2, now it's 3. Go for it. If it gets me more money, CurseForge, put 3 ads on the left side too. And 1 on the bottom and 1 on the top. Blizzard doesn't allow in-game ads. At least not from add-ons. I gotta make sure that file is actually don't actually need this open. I only needed this open. Let's check the... Okay, it did package. It was successful. Could you imagine if I did that in game? Or had a pop-up that said, by the way, are you enjoying this add-on? Have you considered Twitch Prime? Or subscribing to Patreon? People would lose their shit. Okay, I'm looking for file 17. CurseForge is just still so slow. Still at 16. Where's 17 at? I hate CurseForge. It is so goddamn slow. Seventeen's there. Approved 4 minutes ago. Just doesn't appear in CurseForge right away. Oh, I still have this on my screen. I can close that. Blizzard doesn't want to deal with that. And also, I just almost put the add-on in retail. They don't want to have to manage that kind of stuff. It costs money. Okay, that should do it. Let's see if the UI loads. It doesn't explode. DBM. Okay, that opened. Well, that's weird. Why did that change? Whatever, not my problem. Dungeons. FIFA. Other load. I did save changes, right? I did hit save. I added new UI. These options should be in the UI. Is this the right folder? Beta, party. Unless these don't exist in my local copy yet, which they should. It is the latest file. Hang on a second. Because I'm not getting a Lua error. I expect if it's broken, they at least throw an error. Let's open up core and see what's going on here. Add custom alert option. That's there. So, what is this doing that magically makes it work? Add option category. Well, I need to do it from this file. It is handled by GUI in some funky way. Let's look for PR. It should have been added to the UI. Yeah, bugs don't throw UI errors. This basically means I add prints everywhere. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. They are there. I'm just fucking blind. I forgot they were grouped. That was user error. It's literally right there. I opened the UI and it's like I only see 3 spells, but I forgot. It's just, I just added different options to the same spells. So yeah, they're right here. Alert sound. Don't mind me. I was looking for a bug that didn't exist. So let's try something here. The menu, that's right, this is broken. Artemis still has to fix it.
Beware.
Yeah, well, these won't play. These, okay, let me try something.
Beware.
Now, the sounds aren't going to work. The default sounds which use voice packs aren't going to work because the API is broken. But I can set them to built-in game sounds, and they will work. Well, this one, well, actually, it will work with that one too. Let's see. Let's try it. Let's make this. I gotta make sure it's not a built-in sound. But I also gotta disable the sound that's coming from core. I think I already disabled it. This one. So that the only something playing a sound should be the new API I just added. Let's make this one...
Run away, little girl. Run away.
That. Glacial Ray, we will make
I see.
that. And this we will make...
Destruction.
Okay. It'll be much cleaner when custom sounds work.
Destruction. I see you.
DBM now supports adding custom sounds to spells.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
Only built-in sounds until Blizzard fixes the bugs, but after the external sounds work, British Amy is back. I tell you to watch all your steps and all that kind of stuff. Beauteous. The only thing is, this checkbox right now they don't do anything until 12.05. They're already in the UI because they're gonna eventually do something. But it should be noted that right now that these checkboxes won't do a thing. You can't turn the warnings on or off until the API is added by Blizzard. I could technically, at the very least, make it so if you uncheck it, it won't register the sound. But the text is still going to show regardless. But this is beautiful. All right. My task today is nearly complete. Let's see what's going on here. I want to do one more thing with this undermine mod, which is basically let's see, what's the API for beta? Is beta, right? There's a beta test build. I can do that. Well, how is that defined? What do I use to determine a test build? Is test build. Is that true on beta? Dump. False. It's not true on beta. Is beta build? It does exist as a function. True. Okay. So I should go like this. Or is beta build. That way it returns true on either. But I can't access private on this level, so I'm just going to go like this. If, then there. It'll make this mod only load if you're actually in beta or PTR. So I want to keep these testing tools built in the DBM so anyone can test them, not just me. Let's add note to it. Test mod for the boss at entrance of motherload on test beta servers. Let's make that mod public as well. Push the motherload test boss mod for DBM midnight feature testing. You can do TTS to an extent, but you can't choose like the voice. You just use Blizzard's crappy old technology voice, not like a modern like fluid voice. And there's so many good AR text-to-speech voices that exist now, but the Blizzard one is actually bad. Unless you found a way to actually add your own. Did Blizzard add a way to add your own TTS voices? Is there a workaround? I'd love to see it. Do you think it's intended though? Do you think they'll fix it? Yeah, send it to me on Discord, because I assume you're in the UI Discord, right? Oh, is it Windows only? It's not going to help with Mac OS or Linux. But yeah, there's an API that's just speak text, and you can use it on The problem is you can't actually customize the text, so it's just going to read out the spell names, which aren't necessarily helpful. So the built-in DBM sounds will still be superior because they'll actually be shorter and more to the point. You know, reading the spell name is just going to be like, boss is casting Giga Ultimate Super Phantasmal Breath Attack. And you're going to be like, Nani? Couldn't you just said Breath Attack? Yeah, that's typically how it goes. I'm very happy with how today turned out, though. I played a good, at least 5 hours. I'd say that I spent a lot of time chatting, too. I can't say I did 5 hours of coding. Not even close. I did a lot of chatting and screwing off, too, but I'd say at the very least, there's probably a good 3 to 4 hours of coding in here. And testing to get this right. But it's nice. Now, one thing I want to ask possibly to do is, I want to see if Artemis could just kind of hack these checkboxes for just these options to be grayed out. I suppose I could try to do it myself, but like, the problem is I reused objects. I definitely reused objects. I reused an object here and I reused an object here rather than creating new ones. So if I disable the buttons here, they'd probably also disable. This reuses the private aura object, and this reuses the timer object. No. It didn't make sense to make new objects. They were literally identical in appearance. Yeah, I know. I saw that the API, and the API does accept secrets, so it can be used for all the boss APIs. But like I said, it's just gonna read them out like verbatim. Don't worry, the link went through the first time, even though the mod deleted it. I can see deleted comments. That's pretty good, though. I might add an option to it, like even for accessibility reasons. I could just go into DBM options and be like, read maybe add a checkbox that says read spells out. That's how I'd word it too, because that's all it's gonna do. It's literally just gonna read the spell name. Oh, there's one more thing I gotta do though. I gotta figure out how to. Well, that's pretty much going to be private auras. Private auras already cover that across the board. Blizzard added private auras for pretty much any and all spells that target you. And I've already added those on live for the War Within. I still got to finish adding them to Midnight Dungeons and Raids. And now I got to add all this stuff to Midnight Dungeons and Raids. Which I will do over time. Close that. Done with that for now. Now I gotta come up with an option for I I know what I need to do. Or I have a way to do it. Oh, hotfixes and feedback paladins. What did they hotfix tonight? Okay, nothing notable. Nothing interesting to me, anyway. I'm getting a lot of feedback or static in my line. Let's check this. That looks fine. Weird. Because not only do I have like a... I mean, I've got not one but two ground loop isolators on the line. And usually they're pretty good at removing everything, but... Okay, I need to open objects, special warning, because the warning API is down here. Here. Okay, ignore Blizz API. Set my modules. Now this should be handled by the... So I'm going to handle this here. Yeah. Actually, I'll handle it here. Play special warning sound. If self options. No, that's not the cleanest way to do it, though. What was the other option name? Down here. Down to the bottom. This one. There we go. Play special warning sound. Back to here. I named it this. Set this to self options false. Ignore Blizz API. Okay, I duplicate this. Function mod disable special warning sounds. Oh, actually, that's right. And I'll go back to, where was it? Just had it open. There. Self. What is your problem? Oh, I bet you this is set to... There, that should fix it. It just doesn't understand that self could be either or. Yep, now it understands. I actually need to make this smarter than what I did. Prevents special warning sounds playing from the RAID warning API. Well, it's actually encounter warning. Be nice if I spelled it right. Encounter warning API. But I'm actually gonna make this smarter. Okay, that object is there, that object is there, but actually it shouldn't just be here blatantly. From Blizz API. There. If from Blizz API and that, then okay. Now. True. Perfect. Now it only mute sounds that come from the Blizzard API, but I can still have custom sounds on custom hard-coded alerts. Excellent. It considered every possible scenario. Let's see here. Very productive day. Add those, push those up too. Filter special warning sounds on Blizzard API. If a module is registering custom sounds with 12.0.1 encounter API. Improved test build check to include beta builds. Oh, I gotta put one more failsafe in. Right. This has a failsafe in one more spot too. On player entering world. There. There we go. Okay, everything on the core level is pretty much set up. Now it's just a matter of implementing these APIs on the module level. Like I did in this test mod here, basically going through each boss and adding the timer options and the sound alert options. Well, I'll be playing a lot of PvE and retail as well. I'll be doing Mythic Raid, Heroic Raid, Mythic Plus, all that stuff. Right now I'm just getting DBM ready for next week's patch with new features. We once again have the ability to set custom sounds and custom bar colors. Are you on the UI dev Discord? If so, just send me a DM. I think I have. I might have. And you know what? They might disable that server. Let me see. They're disabled on that server. I'll turn them on. Oh, you joined the DBM Discord? Let me see my privacy setting there. Yeah, DMs are allowed there. Okay. You're an add-on author, right? If so, I can give you an add-on author rank too. I have a custom add-on author rank in my server. What is your Discord name? Is it the same? Let's see. Mayor. Well, I can't see in streamer mode. Disable streamer mode. Soft. Can't see. It's the same name. Okay, I see you. There you go. You now have permission. You have now have an add-on author rank in my Discord. So now you get access to more channels, like the third-party dev channel. Okay. Okay, but let's see, taking a look at things. I think that's a good stopping point for tonight. Just about the 6-hour mark. I'll go ahead and terminate some of the outputs now. The ones that don't have active chatters. Let's see here. None of the usual people I usually raid out to are on right now. So I probably won't. Well, I could probably raid someone. Let's see. See, Grandma's not even. Oh, Grandma is. Well, Grandma just went live. I can go raid her. Yep, that'll work. Well, Grandma 78. I'll send you guys off to WoW Grandma on Twitch, YouTube. Thanks for hanging out as well. I'll be live again tomorrow working on more stuff. Probably actually adding this to more boss modules. And if there's anything going on with beta or anything like that, I will do some stuff there too. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. And thanks for all the add-on authors who gave feedback and helped with some of the coding. Especially Plus Mouse if you're still out there lurking. And I will see you all next stream. Take care and good night, everyone.